Welcome to the August 6th, 2024 meeting of the Planning Board. First, we'll take a roll call to introduce board members and staff. Josh Ames.
Here.
Phil Giordano.
I'm here.
Sean Weller.
Here.
And I'm Ellen Rawlings. I'm here. We're also joined by Elijah Romulus, our town planner, Amanda Wolf, our housing and land use planner, Jess Cole, our recording secretary, and Evan Cardamino from Westwood Media Center. This meeting is recorded by Westwood Media Center and broadcast live on local cable television Comcast Channel 6 and Verizon Channel 42. Meetings are also live on the Westwood Media Center's YouTube channel. If you're interested in joining the meeting via Zoom, you can find the login directions in the Planning Board meeting notice that is posted to the calendar section of the town's webpage at https://www.townhall.westwood.ma.us/. We will begin the meeting with only the board members and staff unmuted and on video. As the chair recognizes individuals to speak, we will unmute them. Board members may choose to mute themselves when they are not speaking in order to minimize background noise. For applications, the chair will first invite the applicant to address the board and give a presentation summarizing what is being addressed. Board members receive the application materials prior to the meeting and will have reviewed them. Board members may ask questions during and following the presentation. Staff and outside experts will provide comments to the board. If the issue includes a public hearing, the board will then proceed to the public comment portion of the public hearing and will restate the instructions. In this remote meeting format, residents and guests may participate in several ways. Attendees should raise their hand and wait to be unmuted and recognized to speak over the Zoom meeting application or from a telephone dial-up. We will be able to hear you but not see you. Additionally, comments may be submitted by email or regular mail prior to the meeting. When we come to that part of the meeting, I will remind everyone of the process. Following the public comment portion, the board will deliberate and make a decision or continue the hearing to a specific future date. All remote meetings require that votes be taken by roll call. When a motion and second has been made, the chair will ask if there is any further discussion before proceeding to a roll call vote and will then restate the results of the vote. All right, do we have any changes to our agenda this evening?
No changes to the agenda.
All right, then our first item is item number 1, 790 Gay Street, public hearing for consideration of an environmental impact and design review approval for the construction of a 525 square foot shed/garage at the Pine Hill School. I will read a portion of the legal notice for the record. The Westwood Planning Board will hold a remote public hearing on Tuesday, August 6, 2024 at 7 p.m. via Zoom regarding an application filed by David Fite on behalf of Meander Studio for consideration of an environmental impact and design review EIDR approval pursuant to section 7.3 of the Westwood zoning bylaw for the purposes of constructing an approximately 525 square foot shed/garage for storing outdoor maintenance, landscaping, and snow removal equipment on an existing concrete pad at the Pine Hill School property at 790 Gay Street, Westwood, Mass. 02090 in accordance with PB-24-29. The property is in the Single Residence A SRA zoning district and within the Wireless Communications Overlay District, WCOD. Land affected, Assessors Map 16, Lot 005. Property owner is Westwood Public Schools. All right, it looks like we have folks here representing the applicant. Welcome.
Good evening.
Hi.
My name is Michael Wolfson. I am with Meander Studio, Inc., and David Fite is here, who made the actual application. If I can share my screen, I'll just go through our applications really quickly. So the proposal is basically at the newly built Pine Hill School. It's to build a maintenance shed. This is a rendering. The actual school was constructed and they built the foundation for the shed. If you can see right there, they already have the power run to the shed. So the proposal is basically just to finish the job. The location of the pad is there. This is the path behind the school to the conservation land. This is the distance to the nearest house. And basically what we're requesting are waivers because when the school was originally approved, they did the photometrics, they did the site plan review. They've already done a lot of this And all we're really doing at this point is building on top of this concrete pad. There's only going to be one light at the front of the door. Everything else is very simple. It's a non-conditioned space. The Westwood Public Schools would like to basically use this garage space to park some maintenance vehicles, some snow blowing equipment, and some landscape material. Just shovels and things for spreading salt and taking care of things. So that is all we really want and are requesting for tonight.
Thank you very much. I would open it up to board member questions or comments at this point. Any members of the board have questions or anything they'd like to add? I'm not seeing any hands. Sean, yes.
I'll just ask quickly, I know it's just one light. Is that lighting compliant with anything that would have gone through photometric review back when the whole school project was seen?
I would have to review the photometric plans, but the light will be dark sky compliant.
Okay.
So we will make sure
That makes me happy.
That we will make sure that light is dark sky compliant.
That's great.
And it will be LED, energy efficient, and comply with other code compliant measures.
Thanks.
Thank you. Josh?
I sort of actually just had a question about the stormwater management and current activities that are going on, and obviously would continue to go on as you built this. But given the photos that you even presented, I don't see any interim storm water interim controls. And there's a storm drain right there, for instance. And I drive by there fairly routinely. I don't see any stormwater controls. I'm just curious as to what the status of the current stormwater controls is.
So, I mean, it's sort of out of our purview because we're only really in charge of the shed. In speaking to the OPM for the project and the project architects, is a different firm that did the school. The general plan and what was approved in the original calculations for the stormwater for the site was, in fact, they did calculate the roof runoff from this to drain into this catch basin. I cannot speak to any stormwater management on the rest of the site because that was not our purview. So those kind of questions we can address. We can bring them up to the school and to the OPM for the school project, but we're really only bringing up the shed. And so the original management plan for stormwater for the shed was to literally drain it onto the pavement into that catch basin.
Yeah, I guess my one comment associated with that is that we're requesting waivers for stormwater management. And in that, I'm making an observation that I'm not sure if we were managing our existing stormwater the way we are currently describing it. So I think at a minimum, if we bring that up with the OPM, I think that would be good enough. This is a pretty low impact addition on, but I'd like to see better stormwater controls as we progress forward in the project.
Are there specific things that you have noticed that you would like us to bring to their attention?
Yeah, I haven't seen one silt sock. I mean, it actively runs off the site when it rains, like 2 days ago.
And that is something that we are more than willing to work with the town and have as a condition, like during construction of this, to make sure at least, and what I can promise, which is this construction, make it a condition of construction that silt socks and stormwater management around the direct area of the shed can be handled. And then I can bring it up with the school district and the OPM that, there's concerns of stormwater management leaving the site and grading was not done to adequately direct drainage to the catch basins on site.
Okay.
Not to interrupt, it looks like we have Chin from Vertex here. He's put a little note in the Q&A and I see his hand raised. I think he would like to address some of these questions. He'd be the right person to answer some of these, I think, or take notes about your concerns, Josh. So if Elijah, would it be all right if we brought him in?
Let's see.
I just promoted him.
Yes.
Thank
you,
you.
Amanda.
Hi, Chinlin. I'm the project manager for the representing the OPM for the Pine Hill project. So I'm happy to answer some of the questions. Karen just walked the site last week, conservation agent, to basically inspect the construction site, and also we have taken down portions of the erosion control after reviewing it with the conservation agent on the site, and then so that is we are in constant contact with conservation in terms of the stormwater drainage and the management. So I hope that answers your question.
Okay, so I guess maybe it's a conversation for me with Karen then, if she's giving you the green light. Like I said, I don't see any interim stabilization with amalgam seeding or silt socks or anything, but I'm curious with the raw dirt out there and it actively draining out.
Where we are right now is that for the area around the building that has already for the lack of a better word, that is the substantially complete. That portion has been reviewed, and then the lower area that you're seeing the raw dirt right now is that's the fields, and then they're scheduled to receive sod in majority of the open area, and then the planting for the spray seeding and planting for the remaining area.
So there are interim storm measure controls in the meantime?
The interim storm, so that all the storm management system are installed, and they are cutting in the last pieces of they cut the drains already, so that all the storm system collecting the runoff from the roadway are in place. And then so right now that the condition on site is almost the same as the final condition. I say almost as that they still have few more pieces of, they still have more sidewalk to install and more a little bit more curving to go in. And then, but I thought they said that they seeded the area around the Scott House just 2 days ago or last week.
Yeah. Permanent stabilization doesn't occur until 70% growth.
Right. So there's you're correct on that.
Controls, yeah, until then.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. So maybe I'll check in with Karen after this. But
Okay.
like I said, as long as we're ensuring that we're following our stormwater controls with this addition in the back, I'm happy.
Okay. And if there's any other question, in terms of the lighting calculation, I know that we definitely done that, and that was submitted to the planning board in the previous package.
Thank you. Were there any other board member questions or comments? I see Sean unmuted. Yes, Sean.
And Ellen, I don't want to supersede anything you may have. I was just curious if our staff had any comments on this one.
Oh, I will get to that. I usually go to staff after we're done.
That works for me. Yep.
So were there? I had one quick question, but if any of my colleagues had any other questions. I'm not seeing any hands. My only question was just to loop back on what I noticed in the staff comments. That it appears the shed is located as to comply with the required setbacks, although the site plan shows the distance to the nearest adjacent properties building, not the property line itself. So do we have a resolution on that just to ensure that it actually does meet the setback?
Yeah, I took a look at that today, and we can submit something else that shows that dimension as being 175 feet 9 inches.
Okay. Yeah, I think, and what is the setback, Elijah Nora, someone who has a better memory than I do for that? What is the required setback? Is that considered an accessory structure?
Yeah, let me take a look at the bylaw.
I think it's significantly less than that for an accessory structure, but I just want to make sure we are, all on the same page before we move on. While we're confirming that, if there's no further questions from my colleagues, I would happily open it up to any additional staff comments.
As I'm looking for the setback language, there is just so as it relates to the actual color rendering that was submitted, it appears to be a light gray facade, and as a condition of approval, I would suggest that the board have it a gray that matches the exterior of the school, and have the roof have a more of a charcoal gray to complement the siding that matches the school color. So then a condition, if the board isn't so inclined, would be to have another rendering submitted prior to the start of any construction.
And that could be submitted directly for administrative review?
Yes, and I can share that with the board once I actually get it.
Excellent. I'm amenable to that. I like consistency in aesthetics, so I would support that condition.
I'm supportive as well.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Make it a little less conspicuous, especially the rendering's helpful. You can see that there are houses visible from there as well. And I think it would make it a little less conspicuous to those living in that area as well.
Can I ask a quick question? The gray of the school you're wanting to match is, this color. Because the school uses a shingle on the side, did you want to match the shingles or just a contrasting darker gray?
For
You
the
mean for the
side,
roof?
I think for the siding, right?
Oh, interesting.
for the siding, I was just thinking to match the roof, the gray of the school,
The brick color.
Just for asking for clarification.
It's a good question, and curious to hear what the other board members think. I love shingles. I think it would blend into the woods well if you wanted to match that material and kind of siding and look and aesthetic. And then again, maybe continue with something sort of darker gray on the roof, but that's just my perspective. Others may like the gray better.
I'm mulling that over. I feel like it would feel a little more earthy and a little more natural if it were that shingle color and then a dark gray roof. But I'm open to either. I guess from a practical standpoint, would that make a huge difference in cost to go one way or the other?
So the actual shingles that are on the school are actual, Chin, correct me if I'm wrong, they're a porcelain product and they're
It's
sort
a
of pricey.
Terracotta tiles.
Yeah. So it's sort of pricey
Yeah.
because we were thinking of just using a fiber cement product. We can, within the cost of fiber cement, there is a pre-finished color that's sort of browny that we can try to match to the shingles. I was more thinking that the roof shingles would be a shingle color.
Okay.
And keep the siding gray.
I think that might look nice too. And I did see, Tom Carey, you had your hand up.
Yeah, I just wanted to say it's not a shingle product, it's a terracotta. So it would be, if we were going to match it, it would be considerable more costs involved.
Yeah. That's kind of what I was wondering. I've been up there, but I didn't really look super closely at what the material was. I love the look of it, but
Oh, I love the look too. I'm just,
you're right.
wait,
That's expensive.
Yeah.
And I don't want to impose a condition that's going to significantly impact the cost. But I do like the color combination. So maybe rather than gray and gray, if there's a way to match the color combination of the school building, I'd be interested in that if there's a way to do it with the materials that you had in mind for the shed.
We are more than happy just to do a quick study and explore both.
That works for me.
I like that as well. And I think given the material conversation, it's probably still the dark gray on the side, and then it's just a matter of what's going to look better on the roof. That kind of brown, natural brown shingle color, or again, a darker gray.
That works for me, and I would say obviously subject to town planner approval for
Yep.
matching closely as you can without a significant cost differential.
Right.
Excellent.
I can include that as a condition.
Fabulous. Amanda, yes.
I have the setbacks if we're ready for that, but I don't want to disrupt the current topic.
No, thank you.
Okay.
I feel like we closed the loop on the aesthetics of the shed, unless anyone else has anything to add. Yeah, the setback information would be excellent. Thank you.
Okay, so this is in single residence A. We're considering this the rear property line, right?
Mhm.
Okay. It's 30 feet. There is an exception for accessory structures that are less than 15 feet tall, but this is 17 feet, so the exception doesn't apply.
So it would be the 30 feet, and if they can measure it at 175 feet, we're fine. Thank you. All right. Yeah, I think it just to make sure ducks are in a row and everything is documented properly, amending that site plan to show the proper notation of where you're measuring the setback from is good. Thank you. Okay. If there are no further board or staff comments at this time, I would entertain, I believe the first motion would be on the waivers.
Yes, let me share my screen. I'm going to be cutting off this share right here. All right, here we go.
Do this one. I, Sean Weller, move that the planning board grant the following waivers in association with the application for the limited environmental impact and design review EIDR approval for the Pine Hill School, 790 Gay Street, as described in the application, therefore submitted to the planning board and filed in the office of the town clerk on July 11th, 2024. 1. Waiver from strict compliance with section 7.3.7.1 of the Westwood zoning bylaw requiring the submission of a site plan. 2. Waiver from strict compliance with section 7.3.7.1.6 of the Westwood zoning bylaw requiring the submission of a stormwater drainage report. And 3. Waiver from strict compliance with section 7.3.7.2 of the Westwood zoning bylaw requiring the submission of an exterior lighting plan.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion on the waivers? Seeing none, I'll take a roll call vote. Phil,
Aye.
Sean,
Aye.
Josh.
Aye.
I vote aye as well. The motion carries. At this time, if someone is so inclined, I'd entertain the motion for approval of the EIDR.
All right. I, Sean Weller, move that the planning board grant the limited environmental impact and design review EIDR approval for the Pine Hill School, 790 Gay Street, as described in the application, therefore submitted to the planning board and filed in the office of the town clerk on July 11th, 2024, subject to the following conditions. 1. Except as modified by the conditions and findings hereof, the project shall comply with the project plans and with the conditions of all prior decisions for the property in all respects, and the applicant shall pursue completion of the project with reasonable diligence and continuity. 2, if the project or any condition imposed in this decision requires any other permit, license, or other approval from any town of Westwood board, commission, or agency, or other Commonwealth or federal regulatory agency, the applicant shall make an appropriate application for the same and shall obtain all required approvals prior to the start of any work. If any condition of such permit, license, or other approval from any other board, committee, or agency is inconsistent with this decision, the applicant shall make the application to the planning board for an amendment of this decision, and the planning board shall consider such application in accordance with the requirements of MGL Chapter 40A, Section 9, and all applicable planning board rules and regulations. 3. Any proposed alterations, modifications, deletions, or changes to the decision shall be requested in writing to the town planner and building commissioner prior to implementation. A. Proposed alterations which are considered de minimis by the building commissioner may be accepted as a note to the file. B. Proposed alterations which are considered minor by the building commissioner shall require the filing of a modification application of said approval for review by the planning board at a publicly posted planning board meeting. C. Proposed alterations which are determined to be major by the building commissioner or by the planning board shall be considered by the planning board as a formal amendment to the approval and will require a new public hearing before the planning board. 4. Prior to the start of any construction, the applicant will submit a new set of elevation plans with colors for the siding to match the deep gray, to match the nearest portion of the school exterior, and the roof color to be changed to a complementary charcoal gray or a color combination to match the terracotta shingle, to be reviewed and approved by the town planner. 5. All project-related construction activities shall comply with the timeframe set forth in the town's general bylaws, Chapter 292, for noise and construction, which allows such work Monday through Saturday between the hours of 7 a.m. and 7 p.m. and Sunday between the hours of 12 p.m. and 7 p.m. 6. The applicant shall submit a sign plan for review and approval by the town planner for any signage not included in this application and shall obtain sign permits from the building division prior to installation of any sign on the property. 7. A copy of this decision and the project plan shall be kept on the project site at all times during construction. 8. The decision shall lapse if a substantial use thereof or construction thereunder has not begun, except for good cause, within 2 years following the grant thereof. The planning board may extend such approval for good cause upon the written request of the applicant.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll take roll call. Josh,
Aye.
Phil,
Aye.
Sean,
Aye.
vote aye as well. The motion carries. I believe we now need to close our public hearing.
I, Sean Weller, move that the planning board close the EIDR public hearing for the construction of a 525 square foot shed/garage at the Pine Hill School, 790 Gay Street.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll take roll call. Phil,
Aye.
Sean,
Aye.
Josh,
Aye.
I vote aye as well. Motion carries. Public hearing is closed. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good luck with the building of the shed. All right. Go back to the meeting outline. So our next agenda item is item number 2, 693 High Street. Public hearing for consideration of an environmental impact and design review approval for changing the use from a bank to a medical spa in the Goode Plaza located at 693 High Street. Let's see. I will read part of that hearing notice. The Westwood Planning Board will hold a remote public hearing on Tuesday, August 6, 2024 at 7 p.m. via Zoom regarding an application filed by Allison Daly on behalf of Medical Aesthetics for consideration of an environmental impact and design review, EIDR approval, pursuant to Section 7.3 of the Westwood zoning bylaw for the purposes of changing the use from a bank to a medical spa in the Goode Plaza located at 693 High Street, Westwood, Mass. 02090. In accordance with PB-24-31, the property is in the local business A, LBA zoning district, and within the flexible multiple use overlay district 7, FMUOD 7. Land affected, assessors map 14, lot 010. Property owner is Frederick J. Goode. I see, it looks like we have Allison with us. Welcome. And do you have, oh, you're welcome. Do you have anyone else from your team that would need to be promoted to panelists?
I don't think at this time.
Okay. Then I will give you the floor, and you are welcome to present your project to us.
Thank you very much. Thank you for hearing tonight. So we have a business called Medical Aesthetics MA. I am a nurse practitioner, and my co-owner is also a nurse practitioner. And we have 3 offices, one in Easton, one in Hingham, and one in Milton. So we are hoping to open our 4th location in Westwood. This is a location we've been dreaming about for a few years, and we found 693 High Street back in April, and have been working with James Goode as the landlord. And we are requesting that we be allowed a change of use from the Bank of America that it was previously to a medical aesthetics space. We have presented some architectural drawings that would outline about 6 rooms that would be used for facials. We do injectable treatments such as Botox and dermal fillers. And we have about 3 staff members that would be working in this location as of now. The parking appears appropriate based on what we've seen and what we anticipate for how often we would see patients. And there's an existing kitchen in the back, which we would not be touching at all. Hoping to just utilize that as a staff kitchen location. In the back area, there's a handicap accessible restroom. And then there's another restroom towards the back corner, which we would be keeping the structure the same. So it would be essentially just outlining the space in the interior. Thank you so much for putting this up. And I'm happy to answer any questions that anyone has in regards to the drawing or our goals or our business model. Any questions that you have?
Thank you very much. I see Phil has his hand up. We'll start with you, Phil.
Yes. Hi, Allison. I'm glad to see that you're going to make use of the space. Do you have any products or anything that would either require disposal, particular disposal requirements?
Thank you for asking. Yes, I neglected to mention we are partnered with Stericycle, and the only medical waste we would have is sharps. So Stericycle comes to our locations to safely take and dispose of our sharps.
Okay. Have you worked through, do you already have that contractor, that relationship with your other locations?
We do.
Okay. So you're experienced in that circumstance.
We are. Yes. Yes. They're great. They come to us quarterly to collect all of our sharps.
Okay. That was my question. I'll defer to anyone.
Thank you, Phil. Any other board member questions or comments?
Yeah, I had a quick question. I was just wondering, I didn't see any indication on the plans, but I figured I'd ask. Any modifications to the HVAC that you guys would need for any of your treatment rooms that might increase the noise to the neighbors?
Great question. No, we have no intention of modifying. We're not touching the ceiling. It's a drop down ceiling. And we've made the decision to just leave the ceiling as is and making sure that that's appropriately distributed. But other than that, there shouldn't be any need to do anything to the HVAC system.
All right, thank you. Any other questions from my colleagues, from board members? I had a quick question. I just wanted to make sure everyone else goes before I do. I don't really know your industry at all, and I was wondering, like, I know it's similar to Phil's question about medical waste, but as far as products that you use in your treatments, is there anything that might be considered hazardous material, and how is that stored, like disinfectants and stuff like that?
Thank you for asking. Yes. No, so we don't use anything we had gone through, I remember in our Hingham location, there was some concern because when a hair salon opens, for instance, there needs to be specific piping and I think it was the copper versus PVC because of their toll on the environment. So we don't use anything that is caustic or that needs a special disposal. The products that we sell are essentially facial products that people would purchase to take home, that are prescription that they would get, a tretinoin, for instance, that someone would normally get at a CVS. With a prescription, we're allowed to sell that to individuals, but there's nothing that would be caustic that we would need to worry about in regards to our treatment on skin.
Okay, and is there any, I know you're using needles for some things, is there any equipment that needs to be disinfected with anything that, because I believe that property is kind of close to wetlands and whatnot, and either way there's drains. So I just wonder about deliveries of products, or if there's a spill or something that we tend to ask in general for any facility that is potentially storing something on site. That, so I'm just trying to be thorough.
Yes, no, thank you. And it's interesting because the majority, I would say all of our machinery is actually all disposable tips. So anything that is used is disposed for needling. Everything now is created with a disposable sharp tip, so that nothing is like there's no autoclaves because nothing is reused. Yes, so anything that is multi-use is just a handpiece that is actually disposed of, and that's where it goes in the sharps container. But that's a great question. And then the laser pieces also are any part that would touch the patient is disposed of in a sharps.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That was my only question. Any other questions from my colleagues? John.
And I'll appreciate any clarification from staff on this, since I'm the newest member of the planning board. In terms of signage, I've always really appreciated that some signage on High Street has a little bit of kind of texture to it. Like if you look at the Walgreens sign or the Toast Office sign on the same plaza, it's sort of layered in a little bit 3D. And some other properties on High Street have that as well, but it hasn't necessarily been applied as a uniform standard. It's something I'd like to see, but I'm not sure if that's in the scope of this review at all or not. And I defer to staff on that. If it's not in the scope of this review, then maybe I just ask it gently as a recommendation, but appreciate any comment or clarification from those who've been around the block a little more than I have.
I would assume the signage is part of the lease with limitations on the signage. Is that fair to say, Allison? That usually, I mean, I don't know the Bank of America space, but if I recall that's probable with this plaza. Is that correct, Allison?
Yes. Yes, our CEO actually was speaking with the landlord about uniform signage, because I completely agree with you. I think it is so appealing when everything is uniform and it matches the culture of the town. I know in Hingham, it was a historical street where we're located on North Street. So we did have to be really specific, and it was solid wood, and there were a lot of qualifications. So, and we did that and for all the right reasons. The aesthetic of the street is gorgeous. So when we reached out to James Goode, it sounded like he was allowing us to bring our own sign company out. So we did have Mayo Designs come out, and they've done our other signage. And we are putting an application forward, and we had some preliminary drawings, but the goal is to stay within the same look and sizing, and never any bright colors or lights, just really blending with what it is. But I believe that application is still to be filled out, because we did just get their preliminary drawings.
Well, understood. I appreciate that. I appreciate you having an interest in elevating and respecting the character of the area, and anything you can do on that front, I'm happy with.
I would be open to that being a condition with the approval of staff, and just because, not that I'm expecting bright neon lights and flashing bulbs, but I think it is good to start, down, just keep it consistent in terms of the process.
Thank you. Okay, I see both Josh and Amanda have their hands up. I have a feeling the staff comment might be, Josh, do you mind if I go to Amanda first? All right, thank you. Amanda.
So just for clarification, signage goes through the building division. So it'll be a standard sign application permit where they'll be subject to the zoning bylaw, section 6.2, I think. So all the standards set out in there will be what they're required to follow.
Thank you. That's helpful information. I wasn't 100% clear on that either, so thank you for that. Josh, yes.
Hey, Allison, I was just curious, you had mentioned about the storage of the RMW on site. Are you planning to do that in the basement or out back in a shed, or is that anything else that we need to worry about in terms of other structures, ancillary structures outside?
I'm sorry, the RMW?
Yeah, regulated medical waste, the sharps.
Excuse me. Thank you. So we have a sharps container in each room. So the sharps containers actually stay there. And then one of the designs in the plans that you saw right next to, adjacent to the kitchen, that will be a dirty and clean utility room. And so the dirty utility room is where Stericycle gives us the large box with the big red biohazard bag. And it sits in a room where no patients have access to. And it stays there and doesn't move until they come to collect it to dispose of it.
Perfect. Thank you.
Sure. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. That's a good question. Sean, yes.
I wasn't going to beat a dead horse here, but I was going to note that we do section 7.3.8.14 of the zoning bylaw include signs in the scope of EIDR approval with respect to specific standards for High and Washington Street. So generally, yeah, I think Amanda's comment about it going to the building commissioner is correct, and that's still a process that this will have to go through, but it is something that I think this board can consider when it approaches things on High Street and Washington Street.
Thank you. Yeah, I was honestly not, I know there have been times that we have discussed signage as part of an application, and there are times that we do not discuss signage. So it's helpful to kind of clarify that and understand it. So thank you for that conversation. Any further questions or comments from board members? Not seeing any hands. Any additional comments or questions from staff?
Yes, so I'm just going to share my screen once again. So to kind of go to Sean and Phil's point about the exterior, in the proposed set of floor plans, it does show that there's a glass storefront and then the front door. So we would just need, I've included it in a condition of approval, but we would need to have a exterior elevation indicating the door and storefront, as well as the proposed signage.
Thank you. Any additional staff comments?
That works for me, Elijah. That's great. Thanks.
Thank you.
Actually, sorry, Madam Chair. So this isn't specifically for the applicant, but for the owner of the building itself. There were some issues with the site from the ownership perspective as it relates to dumpsters, as well as striping of the lots. So because this application does take into consideration that it is at the property in its entirety, There are a few conditions that I am proposing as it relates to the parking lot being restriped by the owner and the dumpsters on the location to match the general bylaws by the owner.
Would that,
Thank you.
Elijah, would that be for the entire parking lot striping or just the area that might be subject to this application? And then the dumpster also?
The entirety of the site.
Okay. Good timing
Yeah,
to get
thank
the application.
Well, yeah, no, thank you, because I had actually noticed at least a month ago that they had done some paving improvements at the plaza. It might have been more like 2 months ago, which is great because the pavement needed some help, but it still hasn't been restriped. And I've gone up there and it's been even more challenging than it is on a good day when there are lines to park. So I for me, it's like it's a safety concern, not
I echo.
necessarily. Yeah,
I've had the exact same circumstance, Chair, for the chair. I agree.
yeah, it's I was kind of hoping someone from the ownership team would be here because I was curious if there was a reason that they haven't restriped yet, but I think it's important that that get done as soon as possible for a lot of reasons, for everybody's benefit. So
Is
I support that condition.
is there any other mechanism that we can also leverage to force somebody to upgrade their, or not even upgrade, but maintain the facility as expected?
So, yes, Josh, as it relates, Madam Chair, so as it relates to the striping, I can make the building commissioner aware of it, and he can, go through his channels to do any necessary enforcement.
Thank you.
I think this application helps us, though, get his attention, which is helpful. So I would echo the chair's comments and have it as a condition in this application.
Thank you. Any further comments from board members or staff before I open it up to public comment? I'm not seeing anyone. All right, then at this time, I would open up the floor to public participation. If anyone would like to comment or ask a question, please either raise your hand and we can promote you to panelist, or feel free to enter your comment or question in the question and answer. Just please include your full name and address for our record. I'll give that a moment. Not seeing any hands raised. I'm also not seeing anything in the Q&A. So with that, unless there's any closing comments from anybody, any panelists, any staff, or board members at this time, I would entertain a motion.
I move that the planning board grant the following waivers in association with the application for the environmental impact and design review EIDR approval at the Goode Plaza, 693 High Street, as described in the application, therefore submitted to the planning board and filed in the office of the town clerk on June 28th, 2024. 1. Waiver from strict compliance with section 7.3.7.1.6 of the Westwood zoning bylaw requiring the submission of a stormwater drainage report. 2. Waiver from strict compliance with section 7.3.7.2 of the Westwood zoning bylaw requiring the submission of an exterior lighting plan. 3. Waiver from strict compliance with section 7.3.7.3 of the Westwood zoning bylaw requiring the submission of a full traffic study. 4. Waiver from strict compliance with section 7.3.7.4 of the Westwood zoning bylaw requiring the submission of drawings, renderings. 5. Waiver from strict compliance with section 7.3.7.5 of the Westwood zoning bylaw requiring the submission of photos.
I have a
Second.
motion. Thank you. I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion on the waivers? Seeing none, I'll take roll call. Sean?
Aye.
Phil?
Aye.
Josh?
Aye.
I vote aye as well. Motion carries. I would entertain the next motion.
All right. I, Sean Weller, move that the planning board grant the environmental impact and design review EIDR approval at the Goode Plaza, 693 High Street, is described in the application, therefore submitted to the planning board and filed in the office of the town clerk on June 28, 2024, subject to the following conditions. 1. Except as modified by the conditions and finding hereof, the project shall comply with the project plans with the conditions of all prior decisions for the property in all respects, and the applicant shall pursue completion of the project with reasonable diligence and continuity. 2. If the project or any condition imposed in this decision requires any other permit, license, or other approval from any town of Westwood board, commission, or agency, or other Commonwealth or federal regulatory agency, the applicant shall make an appropriate application for the same and shall obtain all required approvals prior to the start of any work. If any condition of such permit, license, or other approval from any other board, committee, or agency is inconsistent with this decision, the applicant shall make application to the planning board for an amendment of this decision, and the planning board shall consider such application in accordance with the requirements of MGL Chapter 40A, Section 9, and all applicable planning board rules and regulations. 3. Any proposed alterations, modifications, deletions, or changes to the decision shall be requested in writing to the town planner and building commissioner prior to implementation. A. Proposed alterations, which are considered de minimis by the building commissioner, may be accepted as a note to the file. B. Proposed alterations, which are considered minor by the building commissioner, shall require the filing of a modification application of said approval for review by the planning board at a publicly posted planning board meeting. C. Proposed alterations, which are determined to be major by the building commissioner or by the planning board, shall be considered by the planning board as a formal amendment to the approval and require a new public hearing before the planning board. 4. Prior to the start of any construction, the applicant will submit an elevation plan indicating the door and signage for review and approval by the town planner. 5. Prior to the issuance of a certificate of occupancy, the applicant and/or owner shall restripe the entire parking lot. 6. The applicant and/or owner shall submit a plan and specifications for a new dumpster enclosures, which shall be in full compliance with applicable zoning bylaw and general bylaw requirements, to the town planner for review and approval, and following approval shall install said dumpster enclosure on or before December 31st, 2024. 7. All project-related construction activities shall comply with the timeframe set forth in the town's general bylaws, Chapter 292, for noise and construction, which allows such work Monday through Saturday between the hours of 7 a.m. and 7 p.m., and Sunday between the hours of 12 p.m. and 7 p.m. 8. The applicant shall submit a sign plan for review and approval by the town planner for any signage not included in this application, and shall obtain sign permits from the building division prior to installation of any sign on the property. 9. A copy of this decision and the project plan shall be kept on the project site at all times during construction. 10. The decision shall lapse if a substantial use thereof or construction thereunder has not begun except for good cause within 2 years following the grant thereof. The planning board may extend such approval for good cause upon the written request of the applicant.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll take roll call. Josh?
Aye.
Phil?
Aye.
Sean?
Aye.
I vote aye as well. Motion carries. And now I believe we just need to close our public hearing.
Correct. Do not have a motion for that. Let's see.
Probably have one similar.
Yeah, let me
Try to do it on the fly.
Copy and paste works.
My
There we go.
apologies to the board.
No worries.
That's okay.
No
General
worries
public.
at all.
Not at all. Yes, it's fine.
Be for the change of use from bank to medical spa at 693 High Street. Does that work?
All right.
I, Sean Weller, move that the planning board close the EIDR public hearing for the change of use from a bank to personal services establishment at 693 High Street.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll take roll call. Sean?
Aye.
Phil?
Aye.
Josh?
Aye.
Vote aye as well. Public hearing is closed. Thank you. And welcome to Westwood. Best of luck.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Have a good night.
You too.
Thank you. All right. So our next agenda item is item number 3, 789 Clapboardtree Street. Public hearing for consideration of an environmental impact and design review approval for reconfiguring and restriping the rear portion of the parking lot to allow for 29 additional parking stalls and stormwater drainage improvements at 789 Clapboardtree Street. I will read a portion of the notice. The Westwood Planning Board will hold a remote public hearing on August 6, 2024 at 7 p.m. via Zoom regarding an application filed by Daniel Burke on behalf of LifeWorks for consideration of an environmental impact and design review EIDR approval pursuant to section 7.3 of the Westwood zoning bylaw for the purposes of reconfiguring and restriping the rear portion of the parking lot to allow for 29 additional parking stalls and stormwater drainage improvements at 789 Clapboardtree Street, Westwood, Mass. 02090, in accordance with PB-24-27. The proposal for reconfiguration is a result of the applicant losing access to the lot now owned by Moderna in Norwood for special events and will not result in any traffic changes since the previously used lot was also accessed through the existing LifeWorks curb cut. The property is in the single residence A zoning district and within the access approval overlay district AAOD. Land affected, assessors map 22, lot 081, and the property owner is LifeWorks. And it looks like, welcome, we have folks from the applicant team. Good
Yes.
evening.
Welcome.
Are you ready? So, yeah, so John Glossa Engineering, 46 East Street in East Walpole, and also Dan Burke, who's the CEO of LifeWorks, is on this Zoom call as well. So the first mistake I made, and I tend to make mistakes here and there, is I was under the impression that the planning board controlled the screen share. So I'm not on a computer where I can access any of the information that I submitted to the board, but perhaps Elijah or Amanda can help me with that. I think for the most part, you probably just want to see sheet 1 of the plan that's revised 8/2/24. And it's just the one where it's revised per peer review. So I will just start by saying that the first thing is that this project is regulated by section 7.3.3 exempt uses in the Westwood zoning bylaw. And thank you, whoever did that, Elijah or Amanda. And it's also submitted under chapter 40A, section 3, which is the quote unquote Dover Amendment. So LifeWorks is a nonprofit organization that deals in the education, care, life experience, and other services for people who are of special needs. And these are people of all ages and all male or female, and anyone who needs these services. So they built a building, I believe it was built in the late 1990s, and added on to the building in the late 1990s. And at the same time, constructed that parking lot that's shown on the plan in front of you now. And if you look closely at the center of the parking lot, you'll see 3 areas that they kind of look like a little bit like dog bones, and there's 3 of those. So those are interior landscaped islands. They're sort of, at least from my experience, kind of odd in shape, and they are very odd in maintenance. I mean, just, I don't know if any of you drive plow trucks, but I do. To try to plow snow out of those areas would be very difficult. I've never had to try it there, but it would be difficult. So I've done work with Dan Burke and with LifeWorks for many years, not at this site, but at other sites that they own. In fact, we're doing another one down in Plainville right now. So Dan approached me about the problem that he's having with overflow parking during special events, whether those be anniversaries, birthdays, other types of events where there are going to be more visitors at this site than there would be on sort of a daily basis. And Dan estimates that, this happens sometimes between 6 and 12 times a year, and it could be as many as 20 or 25 extra spaces that need to be, are needed. And these people who are coming are, aunts and uncles and mothers and fathers and sisters and brothers, friends, other family members coming for a special event, and they have nowhere to park. And I guess maybe I didn't, I guess maybe I assumed everybody knows where this is, but as you go up the hill and on Clapboardtree Street and Zavarian Brothers is on your right, as you go around that sharp corner, this is the building that's right to your left. And right past this building is the bean farm. And then as we're looking at this plan, to the bottom of this plan is the town line with Norwood, and Moderna's huge parking lot, or one of Moderna's huge parking lot, is right on the other side of that property line. It practically abuts that property line, which is the town line. So for years and years, Polaroid, which was a sort of accommodating a butter with LifeWorks, allowed the overflow parking to use their parking lot. But now that it's Moderna, and no, problem with them. It's their property. They can control it the way they want. So Moderna says, no, you can't use that. So Dan sort of explained his problem to me. And when I went out there and sort of walked it, it's like, well, gee, I wonder what would happen if we removed these interior landscape islands and maybe had to make the parking lot a little bigger. So that's what you're seeing in front of you. We're showing a plan where we're adding 634 square feet of pavement along that southerly edge, so along the very bottom of the screen there. And then we're taking the three interior parking landscape islands, removing them so between the additional pavement of 630 square feet and removing the islands, we're adding about 3,000 square feet of pavement to the parking lot. And we're going to increase the amount of parking by 32 parking spaces, by 29 parking spaces, I'm sorry. All of this is happening within, other than the 634 square feet, with an existing paved area. We're not changing the layout, so to speak, of the parking lots down at the bottom where it says 22. The ones in the middle, we're changing from 18 spaces to about 40 spaces. And then up the top, we're changing, I think there's 7 or 8 spaces there, to 23 spaces. So it's a good increase to the number of parking spaces, to me, as a civil engineer, with very little impact. So I know there might be some people who disagree with me, but I believe that there's very little impact. So one place that there's been some talk about impact is the drainage from this site. So the first thing is, we've already gone to the Conservation Commission. They have issued an, I believe it's a negative determination of applicability. We're not working in wetlands. We are going to make improvements to the drainage, because right now the drainage from this parking lot drains freely through what we call a paved waterway. So if you drove down like I-95, you'd see these just paved swales, so to speak, that just take the water off of I-95 and deliver it right into some sort of swale or in the center island or something like that. So we have those here. Those are they're at the southern end of this parking lot. They are not ideal because they provide no what we call removal of total suspended solids. So we showed originally catch basins there with hoods. Beta said they didn't think that that would work because the catch basins wouldn't have enough height to make that work. And they recommended we change those out, swap those out with what they call a turret. So it's kind of just something that goes in. There's a little dam that holds back the suspended solids, and then the water, stormwater runs out through a grate. And it's going to run out into this large detention basin, which is existing down the very bottom of the screen. And from there, it runs out to the left. You see there's like a box and there's some riprap and stuff. So it runs through that outlet structure. That outlet structure has a flashboard in it that sits up 8 inches off the bottom of the detention basin. So this basin has to fill up. So it's not 8 inches of water just because it's sloped towards that outlet structure, but there is about 2,400 cubic feet of water that gets trapped in that detention basin before it starts to run out. So that's good for a lot of reasons. It takes nitrogen and phosphorus out of the waste, out of the stormwater runoff. It takes total suspended solids out of the stormwater runoff, and they're going to settle down in the bottom of that basin. So I don't believe that by adding the 3,000 square feet of pavement that we're changing any drainage patterns or any drainage, stormwater quality functions that are going on here. And one reason I say that is if you look at those 3 islands, they're very narrow. And they're not grassed, they're mulched. So when stormwater falls on those islands, it runs off very quickly. And they're concave, they're not they're convex, they're not concave. So the stormwater falls on those islands and it just runs right off onto the pavement. There's nothing holding that water really from staying in those islands. So that's my opinion. Others might have a different opinion. So at the urging of Beta, I did submit a stormwater report, but as we do in other instances that are similar, the stormwater report consists of a narrative, consists of a construction period pollution plan. So tell the contractor what he's supposed to do and not do during construction. An operation and maintenance plan, so that's for LifeWorks on how they're going to operate and maintain their stormwater system. Has a long-term pollution plan, again, that's for LifeWorks to use to work out their long-term pollution plan, a prevention plan, and also an annual inspection form. So once a year, they're going to hire a professional engineer or someone who's a professional in the environment business, and they're going to inspect the system and the site and issue a report that will be available to the Conservation Commission. It can be available to the Planning Board if you'd like, and it's available to the DEP. And then one other aspect of the plan is to the right or to the left of this drawing, where you can see that area that, and up the top a little bit. There's an existing shed with an existing carport where there's maintenance equipment is stored. So that's going to be just removed and replaced essentially in kind. We're going to move it a little bit towards the parking lot to get it a little bit away from the wetlands. But other than that, I guess I can answer any questions you might have, and Dan Burke can answer any questions that I can't answer. So thank you.
Thank you. At this moment, I would open it up to board member questions, comments.
Do we have Beta here? I am interested in hearing their
Yes,
views.
we have Stephen Borgatti from Beta.
I would love to hear from Beta before asking some questions.
Sorry, I had my webcam turned off. Hello, everyone. This is Stephen Borgatti from Beta. I'm just filling in for Phil. This is a first review of the project, so we have a number of important design comments for the board to discuss, some of which Mr. Glossa has already touched upon. Several of our comments relate to administrative requirements, documentation, submittals that haven't been provided, or at least weren't provided in the original submittal. There are also some comments relating to the parking lot configuration. The zoning bylaw has specific requirements for terminal islands and landscaping in the parking area, which it doesn't seem the current design meets. The board can, of course, discuss if the project strictly needs to meet those terminal island requirements or not. And finally, as Mr. Glossa touched upon, we have comments related to the stormwater report. We do not recommend, well, they've provided the stormwater report in the updated submittal, though we haven't had a chance to review that yet. So I appreciate that Mr. Glossa is taking these comments and seems to have made a number of improvements to the site as a result. So once we receive that report and the O&M plan, we can certainly review them and see how well it's meeting the town's stormwater regulations. But other than that, I'm happy to go into more detail in any of the comments that you might have. That's it.
Thank you. Colleagues, does that help start the help guide our conversation a little bit, and we can ask questions both of the applicant and of our peer reviewer as we move forward, if that's amenable to folks? Yes, Phil.
With Stephen and Mr. Glossa also here, because that was what I was going to focus on. So you haven't had a chance to see or review or comment upon their response to the concerns that you had raised by the August 2nd beta report. Is that right? Well, I'm focusing on the stormwater drainage issues as to whether or not they're sufficient.
No, I haven't been able to review the report. I did see that he included the rain guardians, which was one of the comments, and including the operation and maintenance plan was one of our comments, but we haven't done a detailed review of the report, no.
Okay. Because that's something that I was very curious about. Mr. Glossa, could you just explain how you believe the stormwater drainage report responds to what were the original beta comments? Just expand upon that a little bit if you could.
So what was changed on the plans from their comments?
Yes.
What was changed on the plans was that we added the turrets, so the apparatus that controls the flow from the parking lot into the detention basin. And I also added the detail for the outlet structure. So other than that, and then the rest of it is just submitting the construction period plan, the operation and maintenance plan, the long-term pollution plan, and the annual inspection plan. So just, you understand, we're not building a new parking lot. The only expansion to the parking lot is the 634 square feet along the southern edge.
But I think part of the issue is the original plans were not at what are the current stormwater requirements. And so now that you're doing an upgrade, you're expected to meet those requirements.
By the state regulation or by some other regulation?
Well, the stormwater requirements for the town.
which is the state regulation.
Right.
Right. So we're required to meet the stormwater, the Massachusetts DEP stormwater management regulations to the maximum extent practicable. So just like everybody else who makes changes to their parking lot or makes minor improvements, it's called redevelopment. That's what we're required to do.
I don't know that this is minor. At least I wouldn't consider it to be minor. It seems to be, especially in light of the size and scope, that it's not a minor alteration. But I'll
I think
hold
though
off.
that's, you can read that though in the Massachusetts. You don't have to listen to me. You know what I'm saying? It's in writing, so you can.
I'm not sure what do you mean? It's in writing? That
It's
a determination
within.
that it's minor?
No, I'm saying the definition is within the Massachusetts DEP stormwater management regulations. So it's
Okay.
right.
Talk about the traffic for a moment, in terms of the impact, because we just considered also Zavarian had a newly special events parking lot that was created right down the street from you. And tell us I know you're saying 5 or 6 times per year, but tell us the impact that it might be on traffic.
So these are cars and vehicles that are already coming to this site. And they are using Clapboardtree Street, and they're essentially using the same entrance point and exit point to this site. So the traffic from what's happening there today to what's going to happen there after this is constructed, if the town so allows, it doesn't change.
Are you limiting yourself to the 5 or 6 events, or is it just a general use?
Dan would have to answer that, not me.
Good evening. How are you doing? 2 things, Mr. John, just to clarify. In the past, when we would use additional space from next door, when it was either Polaroid or Mercer Human Resources, there is that small driveway that enters before ours off of Clapboardtree Street. That's a back exit to what was at one point in time Polaroid. And so the traffic that would come up Clapboardtree Street, enter to park next door to us if we had any of those type of events. I think that's why we're saying that there's no more cars actually than what we use that space for a long time. As far as our events, John talked about individual recognition things, anniversaries, parties, or special trainings that we have for families. So as I say, it might be 6, it might be 8 times a year, but it's nothing significant, certainly not like the overflow from Zavarian, because we experience the overflow from Zavarian special events also, work very well with them on that, but we are likewise impacted. So,
well, you're now taking my next point, because if there's a special event, I go down that street all the time, and when prior to the Zavarian lot being constructed, saw after Moderna essentially shut them off also, I saw the parking on the street, and I saw that entire area was a very dangerous area. And if there is a Zavarian special event timed coincidental with yours, how is that going to impact the traffic?
In all honesty, especially with the primary Zavarian events probably being football games or graduation, we go to great efforts to not do that. Most of our stuff would happen during the day. You know, we might have a training for families and it's during the day, so it's not during Zavarian events. We're not doing things on a Friday night or that stuff. For example, we were looking at planning something for this fall, and because we couldn't get the Zavarian schedule or enough time, we're just not having it on our site, because we know exactly what you're talking about.
My son went to Zavarian, and I'm very, very familiar with some of the traffic issues that.
Yeah, right. So we're very respectful of that in terms of what it does. So we're most of this allows us to continue to have our capacity for when we have certain special trainings, special events, those kind of things. But we're not talking about special events like big functions or like a football game or a graduation or some of those things. So, and for those who know, we work with Zavarian because we've allowed them to help get, when they had the problem 2 years ago with the cars on the street. We work with the principal and other folks and allow them to use our space on Friday nights to help get them off the street. So we work ourselves and the Beans and work with them to help accommodate the neighbors and everybody in town.
Like I say, I've been by your site and your driveway many times.
That's great.
Okay, I'm good for the moment.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Nora, I see you have your hand up.
Yeah, I just want to make just 2 comments about traffic. The first one is that driveway exit from the Moderna site, that's for emergency use only, for emergency vehicles to access the site. And there is a double set of gates, one owned by Moderna and one owned by the town. And the town gate is actually supposed to be locked at all times. Moderna does not have the town's permission to have traffic leave its parking lot onto Clapboardtree Street. It must go into Norwood. That's one point. My second point, though, is that traffic is not in the planning board's purview on this application because it is a Dover Amendment property. So while I understand your concerns that the traffic may be slightly different, that parking on the Moderna lot is no longer being used and funneled to Norwood, so all of the cars on the facility would be coming out onto Clapboardtree Street. That's true. I don't think it's an overwhelming difference in traffic, but even if it was, it's not something you're permitted to consider in this type of application. You can consider the bulk and the height of structures. They're other than moving the shed, that's really not an issue. You can consider the setbacks, lighting, and landscaping. So and stormwater management as well. So I would encourage you to focus on stormwater, lighting, and landscaping in this application.
Nora, just a quick question, because I remember when we were talking about Zavarian, which is also a Dover Amendment property, that was there was discussion, although we didn't, if I recall correctly, we did not end up asking for any traffic study done.
Right.
But
right.
it was certainly, and it's part of the beta review and whatnot. I thought we could, under certain circumstances, even with the Dover Amendment, look at traffic.
You cannot. And so I know in the Zavarian application, there were abutters who brought up their concerns with traffic, and the board discussed the traffic because Zavarian was willing to discuss it with you, but was not willing to provide a report. So if LifeWorks is willing to discuss traffic, you can discuss it, but you cannot condition your approval on traffic, on any traffic report, nor could you deny an approval based on traffic concerns. And that was the same with Zavarian.
Okay.
Thank you. Other board member comments or questions? Sean.
I was gonna say, I do want to discuss landscaping, the lighting, the stormwater areas, and I'd be a bit curious to have that discussion more robustly after any other staff comments, if there are any, just from my standpoint. And I do have some questions on that front, but I feel there is a decent amount to discuss here and wrap one's head around on those dimensions.
Thank you. I had a quick question about the landscaping too, just to kind of, since we've touched on that. I didn't notice a plantings list. I may not have the most up-to-date plan, but I'm excited about the idea of the rain garden. And it sounds like you may be planting some trees, but just to put the note out there that we require all Massachusetts native species. So if you haven't come up with your planting plan yet, please keep that in mind as you do. Thank you.
So there are 6 trees are going to be removed and 12 trees are shown to be planted. And they are red maple, and that was by the recommendation of the Conservation Commission.
Concom. I think we're aligned with them as far as preferred species, particularly near conservation land. And yet, just with if you haven't already, considered your plant species for the rain garden and any other shrubs, bushes, whatever, if you can, just keep in mind Massachusetts natives, and then we could have that submitted via the town planner for an administrative review.
So I think you're kind of misunderstanding something a little bit. There's an existing detention basin there. We're not touching the detention basin.
Oh, okay.
It's
Okay,
just
so you're
it's
not adding anything.
It's the inlet structure that, because the parking lot is not, doesn't have significant height above the existing detention basin, a standard catch basin setup with a hood or some sort of protective, a T or something, and it won't work. At least that's what Beta told me, and they recommended, which is fine. It looks like it's a very innovative and something that they say that they've used in the past will work. So it's called a turret. So it's shallower than a standard catch basin. It has a large, there you go. It has a large opening on the top, and then it's letting the water out after it's sort of blocked from flowing out freely by a dam that's going to grab the suspended solids. So
Okay,
that's the
thank
only
you.
thing we're changing. We're not adding any
Plantings.
plantings. I did have a conversation. I was out there recently with Karen Skinner-Catroni, your conservation agent. Her concern is that within the basin there is some woody vegetation starting to grow. And so her recommendation, and you can have your staff talk to Karen about it, would be probably to begin to remove some of that woody vegetation. We wouldn't be, pulling out the stumps, but just starting to take down these small saplings that are starting to grow within the basin. That's not really what we want in the basin. We want more of shrubs and grasses to filter the water.
Thank you. I was looking at the memo, and the memo used that it's at a rain garden. So when I hear rain garden, I assume it means there's plantings involved. So
No,
that's helpful. So
yeah, you weren't
thank you.
far off, because I think it's mostly used to to channel water into a rain garden, because they are very shallow often compared to the pavement that they're serving. So Beta, I think very astutely said, gee, why don't you just try to use one of those, or two of them actually here? And it makes a lot of sense. So we showed them on the plan.
Thank you for that clarification. All right, that was the only question or comment I had. If there's currently no further comments from board members, I would ask for additional staff comments at this time, to Sean's point.
Can I just say one more thing, Madam Chairman? So the
Absolutely.
The drawing that's up now is showing a landscaped island. So we would remove 4 spaces of the proposed spaces and have that one sort of, I wouldn't call it large, but have that one island inside where there would be 3 trees and, shrubs and whatever is contemplated to be the best way to landscape that island. So there is this option that I chatted with Dan about. So that's what we're showing on the screen here, or what Elijah or Amanda is showing on the screen here.
Thank you.
Yes. So, Madam Chair, just a few comments. I will mention from building, I'll just read it off. The proposed parking lot lighting must comply with the zoning bylaw, specifically with regards to light trespass. The increase in parking / removal of islands will result in an increase in the non-pervious area, while the tree removal and replacement will result in less shade within the parking lot itself. The new total of off-site parking spaces for the property will be 125 per Massachusetts Architectural Access Board regulations. 5 access spaces must be provided in total, with at least one of those being van accessible. it appears that there are currently a total of 8 accessible spaces currently on the property, so no additional accessible spaces are required. An electrical permit will be required for the lighting revisions. And another comment, this kind of came up in reviewing the property, but there was some concern with the granted easement by the select board in 2017. They had granted an easement for LifeWorks to construct a 5-foot sidewalk in the south of the property. And apparently we have not been able to find a recording of this easement. So we wanted to ensure that the property owner is working with our town council to kind of close that portion out. And there was also an issue of raised planting beds on the sidewalk itself, and so just to alert the board that the applicant has been made aware of this and is working with the town council to work that out. I do not believe that should prevent the board from making a decision tonight, but it is being worked out. Let's see if the applicant would like to mention anything.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Burke, I see you have your hand up.
Yes, just weird. Elijah, thank you for calling me the other day. I've talked to Attorney Ahern, and our attorney is working with Attorney Ahern. We are all looking for a copy of the signed recorded easement, and then our attorney is going to record that deed. We're looking for we're all seeking to find we all were there at town meeting, and we're all seeking to find the proper documentation, and then our attorney is going to take the steps to record that, so that problem will be resolved. I think that's I know the attorneys have talked, so just finding the signed copy of it that we signed so we can do that is really what we're looking for. So, and I would say the raised beds, as we talked, and I talked to Attorney Ahern, those are all really temporary. They're just dirt inside of wood structure that we can literally take down in 5 minutes if we needed to, if there was an access. The easement for the walkway is over an easement that the town has on our property for a sewer line, is basically what it is. There's a sewer line from the end of Clapboardtree Street across the back of our property that the town has an easement for, and our walkway goes over it. But we could we can take down the planting bed in 5 minutes.
Thank you. Josh?
Yeah, actually I had a sort of silly question. Given that we passed EV charging station requirements per number of parking spots, does that impact this evaluation at all, or our ask for associated with this?
I couldn't answer that for you, Josh. I'm sorry.
It's more to Elijah and the rest of the board, I guess. Was it 1 for 20?
Yeah, so it's
1 for 25.
Yeah, it's 1 for 25. I'm not so sure, as this is a limited EIDR, and the scope, also with it being the Dover Amendment property, but yeah, Josh, you're right that it is 1 for 25 parking spaces.
So going back to the Dover Amendment, what are we allowed to actually look at under that, right? So I thought that was parking, the size and setbacks, things like that, of that nature, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So it sounds like that is at least partially in scope if we're talking about parking and the requirements of parking.
I would say that goes beyond what you're entitled to require. You're allowed
Why?
to address, because it is not a dimensional requirement of the zoning bylaw. It is a
use.
Qualitative. Yes, it is.
Like a handicap parking spot per number of spots?
I don't believe it's the same.
Okay.
I was just
Sounds-
following up on the Dover issue. I was just looking at a bunch of the Zavarian documents, and we had traffic memos. We actually had quite a bit of materials that they ended up submitting in the August 2023 and September 12th, 2023
We did.
submissions.
We did, because they were willing to do that, so I can provide the planning board with a copy of a legal memo that was previously provided to the planning board by former town council Tom McCusker on the subject when the planning board at that time was considering a horse farm at 401 Sandy Valley Road. And the legal opinion was that you were specifically not allowed to consider traffic off the site. You could consider parking and circulation on the site, but you could not consider traffic effects off the site.
Thank you.
Yeah, some guidance would be great. Thank you, Nora.
I see Mr. Burke, you had your hand up.
Yes, just for clarification for Mr. Ames, Madam Chair, and other members, we are absolutely looking at the EV installation anyway, whether required or not. So we are looking at that with Mr. Glass once we got through the process of what we need to do. So we are very much looking at anyways. I know that so that's whether required to or not, we're planning on doing something at that site. So that's part of this.
Thank you. Sean?
I'm looking at kind of the relevant section of Mass General Law as well, which I think is instructive and in my opinion, in line with what Nora had mentioned. Really, no zoning ordinance or bylaw shall regulate or restrict with respect to, or can really regulate or restrict land use for educational purposes. However, such land or structures may be subject to reasonable regulations concerning the bulk and height of structures and determining yard sizes, lot area, setbacks, open space, parking, and building coverage requirements. So that's sort of general. I don't know that gets into the specifics of whether EV parking falls under parking and building coverage requirements, but I do think Nora's guidance about some of the landscaping, lighting, and more broadly the open space and parking side of things is very relevant. And I am thinking more here, is the plan we're evaluating on the table right now this one with the new proposed island in it?
So we submitted this as an option to the plan with no island in the middle. So if this is more palatable to the planning board, then this would be the plan of record. So, this sort of happened quickly at the end of this process. We had actually submitted all of our information on June 13th and just recently were advised of peer review, et cetera, which is fine. I'm not complaining about that. I'm just telling you the way it happened. So we were able to put all of this back together, and Elijah was very helpful, and get it back to the into your staff and to Elijah and put into the online permitting system yesterday with all of the documents, including the stormwater management report. So that's where we're at with it. As far as LifeWorks, obviously, like all of your applicants in front of you would like to get this moving as quickly as possible. The hope would be to get some, if not all, of this work done this fall. I have, on the behalf of LifeWorks, been pursuing some of the contractors who can do this work, and there are some out there who actually are still looking for work before the close of the construction season. So that's where it's at. So I just thought that this would give an idea. This is going to instead of the 29 spaces now, LifeWorks picks up 25 spaces, and that seemed to be palatable to LifeWorks.
Was it? Oh, go ahead.
If I may, if the board, as you continue with the discussion, I just wanted to mention that as some conditions of approval, there, I do include making sure that the applicant submits, fully revised site plans and stormwater report and O&M plans per the peer review, as well as a revised set of site plans indicating the construction detail for the island, landscaping, planting schedule of Massachusetts native species. And then finally, there was in terms of the 12 trees that are being proposed to be planted around the parking lot. I did mention this to both Dan and John. It may not be the most practical for those trees to really take and grow, given the already kind of mature and wooded nature of the surrounding area. So one suggestion would be to have the applicant donate 12 trees to another town-owned property for review and approval by myself and the tree warden.
So I would just add to that, Elijah is 100% correct, because recently, last week, I walked the site with Karen Skinner-Catroni, and she said the same thing. She said, John, you're kind of sticking those trees in between where there's already two mature trees, the ones that are down by the turrets there, down by the outlets. And she's like, it's really they're probably not going to thrive. And, maybe there's one or two that are placed in locations that are far enough away from existing trees, but Elijah's 100% correct on that. And I think that that LifeWorks would certainly go along with that philosophy of, rather than planting them just for the purpose of planting them, to actually find places that make more sense.
Yeah, thank you. And just for the record, I tend to be one of the louder folks pushing back on trees, and I'm comfortable with that. I don't want to see trees planted that will not thrive. So I think there are plenty of other places in town on properties that have lost some tree canopy that would benefit from some replacement. So for me, that's an amenable solution. Phil.
On mute. Mr. Burke, would you be, like I said, I've been looking at a lot of Zavarian documents, which is not germane to your circumstance, but would you be agreeable to having some condition in terms of the special events? If there's only 5 or 6, and they're mostly during the day, I just know, like I say, when the Zavarian block has their circumstance, would you be amenable to something that provides that the scheduling will be done in coordination and avoidance of Zavarian scheduling of special events, and it would be limited to some outside cap that's comfortable for LifeWorks of number of events?
Ours are not, I just want to say, ours are not anywhere near the scope of Zavarians.
I agree, and the number of spaces,
they're completely different, and sometimes they happen with very little notice. For example, I'll give you one that could be 30 spaces on that very quickly. We've often host memorial services for someone who passed away that we serve, a person with a disability, and families ask us to host it at our building. Those kind of things that have very little notice and scheduling, but don't conflict with those kind of things. So, I think we've done a good job in working with them not to have that conflict. And over the years, as I said, we're not looking to do anything different than we've done when before Moderna came in and everything got blocked off, and we didn't impact.
Totally hear you, and I'm going to follow up with staff in terms of but I was, like I say, and the size and scope of the Zavarian number of spaces, et cetera, is far larger than what you are considering. Right. But that is a congested space. I mean, at times I've gone through there and it is very, very, the variant, obviously, sometimes it's backing way up from the intersection and the streetlights. So what I was just going to suggest is for you to have your comfort level, what is the outside cap that you would put on the number of events that would keep it so it's coordinated and we can try to minimize and mitigate something that would be impacting your neighbors?
Again, our definition of events, Mr. John, are very different. They're sometimes not planned that far ahead. I'd hate to define events and then suddenly come back to it where we're not really impacting the traffic or anything. I mean, I think that certainly if we were to go ahead and do this and you came back to me in 2 years, the planning board said, well, we really do have to talk about this because it's a problem. We've been a great citizens in the town of Westwood and love our relationship with the whole town and everybody. So we're really looking to work with folks, but I just, it's a little bit of a guess for me right now. I hate to have a guess that limits me. I'm going on past history. And we're always, as I said, always conscious of our neighbors and not to do anything that's going to overstep that by any means. So.
If I may, Madam Chair, just to kind of respond to that, just also the nature of the operations are, as the applicant was mentioning, they're very different compared to the nature of the school. So, being able to kind of enter into some type of agreement, which the school was agreeable to, I just don't think it works in this situation.
What I was looking for, whereas Zavarian put an outside cap, and seeing if LifeWorks, if they're saying 5 to 6, if they said 20, then that gives lots of flexibility for what they characterize as events, and it has some kind of cushion that if you, for whatever reason, you have more birthdays, events, or whatever they may be. But like I say, I just was reading lots of Zavarian documents, and those, reminded me of some of the circumstances and the concerns, because that's a busy intersection. It's going to get busier because you get 22 Everett Street down, just a short ways away. That's going to increase the traffic flow. That intersection between what is Zavarian, 22 Everett, and then, just going upstream a little bit, LifeWorks, it's all flowing into one spot. And I'm going to be, I'd be very, very interested or welcoming of your kind of self policing, if possible, a self kind of mitigation.
We are very much all about self-policing without even needing for an agreement. I have to be honest with you, we're not going to be looking to conflict with a lot of those other things. We try to, for example, we all know what happened in Clapboardtree Street at 2:30 in the afternoon versus our folks leave at 3:15 because we don't have people leave at 2:30 because of the traffic. Our folks don't arrive till the people we serve till about 9 o'clock. So that, and because the variant's already there, so we kind of work through the workflow throughout the day, and fortunate to have a great relationship with them. They're able to communicate all the time as to what is happening. So,
I just want to make sure that we aren't prolonging a discussion that may not be able to be resolved. I understand very much so in the concern for the traffic with the upcoming projects, 22 Everett for sure, the 160 units. However, this property at LifeWorks hasn't had a history of issues of like a lot of overflow or parking onto the streets in the same respect that the school has. So just wanted to put that out there as we have this discussion.
Agreed, and I'm very interested in seeing the McCusker memo and getting an update on that. I am just as I was concerned with the Zavarian circumstance, and we had multiple discussions on 22 Everett. There is going to be a major impact in this area on traffic, and I think that's something that the planning board needs to make sure it keeps at the forefront. So I've said my piece. I'll move on.
Thank you, Phil. And Elijah, thank you both. Sean, I see your hand up.
Thanks, Madam Chair. And my fellow members cut me off when I'm talking too much on this front. I have maybe two lingering concerns. One is the tree cover. And ordinarily, I think as part of our EIDR, we require a documentation of how large the existing trees to be removed are. I've been to the parking lot myself, so I know that it's somewhere in the range of 10 to 11 inch diameter trees. Does that line up with John or can the applicant team what you know?
Yeah, that's about the size of the trees. No more than the existing trees are no more than 12 inch. And I would say at least half of those trees are not in very good shape. I'm not an arborist, but they don't look very healthy to me. So I probably don't have long for this world.
It's just a shame to see the loss of that mature tree cover in the parking lot. So I recognize there's an option to, I'm more amenable to the option with kind of a new island that has those trees. I guess I was going to ask, did you ever explore an option that would keep those trees, but just sort of truncate the existing island and take those wings off them that seem to eat into potential parking space?
I didn't look at that, no.
Okay.
I basically, and I'm not saying I wouldn't look at that if the board so instructs, we can look at that, but I basically just looked at the plan the option of the plan that you're seeing.
Okay. I'll maybe defer to other board member comments here and some of the staff recommendations on this front, other than to say, I think it's a shame that we have really mature trees coming out, and I thought they looked fairly full to me when I was visiting the parking lot. But I understand, I'm not an arborist either. So and certainly we could use some tree cover in, I think, more conspicuous parts of town. And if the applicant's amenable to donating trees, I'm potentially happy with that as a remedy. The second piece was Beta's recommendation that the stormwater report not be waived. And I recognize it's extra work for the applicant. I think, Elijah, you're recommending that we require that as a condition of approval. Is that correct?
So the applicant did submit, as of Monday, they submitted an updated, in their narrative, if you kind of go farther down, it does include that stormwater report. And so my condition is that, based on Beta's review of the submission, that the board approve it, conditional upon Beta's review.
Okay. And what happens if Beta comes back and does the review, but as part of it, there's an issue or something that's not necessarily up to the standards that we set as a town? Does the project still go forward because we've approved it, conditional upon a review being done, or does something come back to the board?
It's worst case scenario if there's a, very large, I guess, mechanical, concern that alters the site plan, then the applicant would have to come back for modification. However, they did submit the stormwater application, stormwater report to reflect some of those concerns that Beta had proposed within the first peer review.
Okay.
So Mr. Weller, if I could just quickly, so there's really only two parts of the stormwater management report that we would normally give to a town that we didn't do. So the first is the HydroCAD pre and post comparison, right? So if you have a vacant piece of land and all of a sudden you put, a half acre, or you take half of the land and you make it pavement, you're making a lot of runoff, right? Where you didn't have a lot before. Mm-hmm. So my point that I was saying before is these islands are very small, and they are in topography, they are convex, right? They're higher in the middle than they are at the curbing on the edge. and they're only 10 feet wide, the wider parts of them. And they're not grass. There's nothing, they're mulch. And the mulch, you press it down with your hand, it's pretty hard. So what happens is it rains, that water is running off onto the pavement. Not instantly, but very quickly. So to do a whole pre and post comparison, it's, not hugely expensive, but it's expensive. And I think LifeWorks could probably use their money somewhere else for that. The other part of it is what we call recharge. So recharge is good because it's going to get rid of phosphorus and nitrogen and other suspended solids. And what I did not know until a week or so ago is that the outlet structure actually has flashboards, right? So it's like a slot, and there's a board in there. It's 8 inches high. So I did the calculations. I can do a better calculation. I just didn't have time to do the best calculation that I could. And I can give that to Beta, and Beta can decide if, in fact, this site meets the requirements for recharge and TSS removal. I think that that's probably, from what I saw in their original peer review, that's really what they were looking for. Because if you just looked at my original plan, you would come to the conclusion that there's no recharge at all and no TSS removal, even though we were showing the catch basins, but Beta was saying they're not going to work. And I kind of agreed with them. So I think if we just say, okay, if Beta agrees that there's no pre and post comparison required, and if Beta says, yes, the recharge is there, we just didn't know about it because John didn't tell us. And now that he's told us, I think that's really what it boils down to.
Okay. And I guess my question we still have Stephen from the Beta side here, would be, how does that sound to you? Are there any risks that we as the planning board should be aware of if we go forward with that type of conditional approval?
Well, I have had time to take a look at the report just, while we've been discussing. It's definitely a very minimalist stormwater management report that the applicant has provided. I would expect significantly more documentation and sections to be added, including the sections that John just mentioned. I know earlier he described the project as a redevelopment, but that's not accurate. There's an increase in impervious area, so this would qualify as either a new development or a mix of redevelopment and new development. I don't know. I wouldn't say there would be a significant change to the site design needed to meet the stormwater handbooks. The first step, as John mentioned, would be providing those calculations for recharge and pollutant removal, which ideally the existing basin would be able to meet with that outlet control structure, but it's also possible that they may need to make some modifications to it so that it qualifies as an infiltration basin under the Massachusetts Stormwater Handbook. And as he mentioned, they're going to look at clearing the vegetation from that basin. And hopefully that would mean that they improve the inspection and maintenance of the basin. It's not currently included in the operation and maintenance plan they've provided in the revised submittal, so that would definitely be a comment. But as far as approving the design, it might be reasonable if they can provide the calculations and the documentation and all the other requirements of your town stormwater regulations at a later point.
Okay. I just want to make sure the condition as written will achieve these ends, such that anything that does need to change to bring it into compliance with the town stormwater requirements can actually happen, even conditional upon kind of the approval tonight. So I'm not going to be the expert in the language there, but I suppose, Elijah, that would be my challenge for you if we want to try to achieve something tonight on this. I don't know how the other board members feel, but
Not to cut you off, Sean, I apologize. My inclination is to get the additional information and continue into the September meeting. I think there's a number of open issues that still need to be addressed, and that would be my preference.
Thank you. Elijah, is it worth polling the board at this point as far as how people are feeling?
Yeah, I think we've or you have discussed this to length, and I think polling would be a good idea.
And refresh my memory, do I take the poll or do you take the poll?
You.
All right. So I guess I'm interested in whether board members are inclined to make a decision this evening or whether you would want to continue. I will take public comment, but before we move to public comment, I just kind of want to get a temperature check of where we're at. So I guess I'll start with Sean.
I know the applicant's eager to move on this. It feels like there's enough open issues to me to, I feel much more comfortable seeing a plan that we can sign off on without needing to discuss conditions at such length. And that's with respect to landscaping and the tree donation and what's the caliper of any trees going in or being donated. Those are all things that I'd like to see. And I just also want to make sure the stormwater piece is squared away. So I'd be pro continuance.
Thank you. And
that was
Phil,
a long answer, sorry.
No, that's okay. Phil, you weighed in a little bit, but did you have anything to add to?
Yeah, the stormwater issue and some of the traffic issues, and everybody else has been leading on the tree and everything else, so I don't need to comment on that, but I'm pro continuance.
Thank you. Josh?
I mean, everything I've heard thus far sort of indicates that the applicant is willing to make some concessions. I think that we could probably do it today with some minor modifications for conditions, but that's just my take.
Thank you. I guess I'm interested in asking the applicant, how would that affect your situation if we were to wait?
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I wanted to answer, I'll answer your question once. I just want to we are totally supportive of the plan to purchase trees and put them at another location. I wanted to make sure I didn't get a chance to answer that question. We are completely supportive of that. And we'll work with the town to whatever location and all that. So that we're completely supportive. Every delay hurts because, of course, is a challenge only because our ability to commit to contractors. As John mentioned before, contractors looking to lock things in, and the ability to get them to lock in on a schedule if it's September and we're trying to get this done in terms of paving and otherwise by early November. That's our challenge. You know, I think everybody knows that the getting contractors to commit is a challenge, and they're going to ask the status of where we are with the permit. And so any delay, does that cause particular contractors to delay committing to us, is our big concern. This is a project we really need to get done by the end of April, which is where the challenge comes in doing it in the spring. People said, could you do it in the spring? Because this is part of a capital improvement bond that we have for our properties, and so we're trying to do that project under that. So just to give you the outline of the long-term outline in terms of where we're at. So,
thank you. And I guess my final question is more for town staff, because I still would like to make sure I 100% understand, under the constraints of the law, are the things that we're discussing that we seem to have some concerns about, is that within our purview enough that we can and should continue this to address?
So I think the stormwater concerns are valid, but I do think that what I've proposed as conditions of approval can allow for the applicant to and the board to come to an agreement for the applicant to get a decision tonight and still be able to address the concerns of the board.
Thank you. So I guess I should poll myself. Oh, Amanda, yes, thank you.
I would also add that just a reminder that LifeWorks does serve a vulnerable population. So we just want to be mindful that the more prolonged this conversation is, we just want to be sensitive to their mission. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. And that's kind of why I've been asking the questions I have, because I am definitely someone who is very concerned about traffic and stormwater, but I think I'm comfortable conditioning those things. I trust Elijah and the team to help us work out the conditions and then review that, and our peer reviewer to review it. And I mean, that's for me, for a condition, if that condition is not met, they cannot move forward. So I would be comfortable trying to move forward with this tonight, but it sounds like we're kind of split right down the middle, and our fifth member is not here this evening. So I'm not quite sure how we would proceed from there. Sean, was that a hand?
I'm trying to decide.
Okay. In the interim, we still have to take public comment. So I think we've got a sense of where the board's at. I will now open the floor to public comment. If there are folks in attendance that would like to ask a question or make a comment about this particular project, if you're in the attendees list, please raise your hand and we can promote you to panelist, or feel free to enter your comment into the Q&A. Just please make sure you include your complete name and address for our records. And I'll give that a moment and see. I do see a hand. We have Dick Henderson. If we could promote him to panelist. Welcome, Mr. Henderson. We have your name. If you could give us your full address for the record, I'd be happy to hear your comments. Oh, I think you're muted.
I'm muted and start my video. And a lifelong resident of Westwood, and I'm a member of of one of the founding families of LifeWorks. My youngest sister, Mary, was born in 1955, and my parents are one of the founding families when LifeWorks was just a little parent network. And now it's grown into a large nonprofit with three residences in Westwood, three group homes, as well as headquarters on Clapboardtree Street that we're talking about today. And I just wanted to speak, and I'm a board member of LifeWorks and have been for many years. And I just wanted to speak to the integrity of our organization. So I can assure you that we have an organization that is willing to work with you and work with our neighbors on a very consistent basis. We always have. And I can assure you that any conditions that are placed on this program this evening, that they will be met, and without, I can say that unequivocally, that they will be met, and we can feel very comfortable. I can, as an organization, that we will work diligently to assure you that all of the requirements will be met. And to Dan's point, I think there's a timeline that we are up against as far as winter coming and contractors and getting this done as quickly as possible. And your approval tonight, I think, would, with conditions that I'm sure will be met, we could live with and get done. So just wanted to kind of share that as a town citizen and a member of the LifeWorks board for many, many years. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Was there any other? I'm not seeing any other hands, nor am I seeing anything in the Q&A. So Elijah, I guess at this point we should see if there's a motion to be made one way or another.
Yes.
Okay.
Sure.
Unless board members want, I see Sean has his hand raised. If there's further discussion around how to proceed, I don't want to cut that off. Sean.
Phil first, and then.
Okay, Phil.
No, as I think historically on the board, I want to get to a yes. I think we're looking at a short time period where between the stormwater, there's been so much discussion and I obviously still have the concern, and I heard Mr. Henderson's comments, but I also heard Mr. Burke not willing to kind of self-police. I want to be able to get to a yes on this, but as of this point, I'm leaning towards a no, and I don't know if I've ever voted no, but either way, I think it is, important for us to do our full due diligence, and I would advocate that a short time period to our next meeting, presumably if they have a April time period, is not going to materially impact it. So that's my advocacy. Like I say, I've been through this area. I think LifeWorks is a wonderful organization, but I think we also, as a board, need to just make sure that we have done our appropriate level of homework and due diligence. So that's just my final pitch.
Thank you. I have a question for you actually about the number of events. I actually just looked at the decision, and Zavarian capped it. They agreed to self-police at 15 per year. So is that, if LifeWorks were amenable to that? Because obviously they would have to agree to it. So
I asked for 20 and tried to do it a variety of different ways, because I actually looked at exactly what you're looking at, Madam Chair, because I looked at the Zavarian documents, and Zavarian capped themselves. And if we're talking 5 to 6 as the consideration, and I suggested a 20 limit, then it seemed to be lots and lots of flexibility, but we didn't get much response on that. And that was a significant concern to me.
Understood. Thank you. Sean, you had your hand up.
I did, and I think I'm just on a knife's edge here about, I'm with Phil in wanting to get to yes, and if I need to really look at the conditions as written carefully on this, and it'd be something I'd want to spend some time on tonight. And I hate to do that given how many attendees we have waiting to present on other applications we have this evening. And but I'm recognizing both Phil's comments, and I'm also recognizing, I think, Josh, and you made some good comments about trying to move ahead, and I do think the applicant's been an important part of the town, and I want to be supportive. So that's all to say I'm struggling, and I might both other board members and some of our staff, and Nora and those who've been around for some time, you've seen a number of these types of situations come forward before. I'd be curious to defer to some of the more wizened perspectives as to the best way to proceed in terms of meeting our goals here.
Thank you. I saw Mr. Burke had his hand up.
I was just going to say, Mr. Giordano, and for the board, we will work with everybody to come up with a number so I can give you an estimate. My challenge is not that I'm not willing to look at 20 or 25 or 15 or something, because I'm not expecting this to be made. It's defining what events are compared to how Zavarian is more easily able to define events is my concern. And that's all. But I'm very willing to say we're going to self-police it. We're going to make sure that we're not going to conflict with Zavarian. We're going to always take it. We're very committed to all of that. It's just, we're just such different in what those events are. Zavarians are big. They're larger, they're scheduled, and all that stuff. That's all I'm saying. But Mr. Burke, I understand your concern.
I'm not asking you to fold yourself within the Zavarian definition. I was asking you to define yourself.
Mhm.
And again, is saying that an open-ended unknown is what you're suggesting, which is why if you needed until the September meeting, I don't think we have a meeting before then define it for us, because we don't want to do your business, and then put that number at a level that you're comfortable with, so the rest of us can get to yes on your behalf.
Right. And I'm very comfortable with 20, because as I think it through and you describe it, you're talking about that's about one every 2.5 weeks, which is not going to happen. So I'm very comfortable with that broad a number. Because certainly if that helps us move forward, I'm very comfortable with it. I'm not trying to be uncooperative at all. I want to work very much with all of you to help this move forward. And as Mr. Henderson said, and we're going to be right on top of whatever conditions all come out of this, so that we can move forward.
So if
I may, I'm sorry.
Go ahead. Go ahead,
But
Mr.
if I may, what I was going to say is I've worked with Beta oftentimes in the past, in Westwood and in other towns. They're a great firm. I know Phil Paradis. I've known him for years. There is absolutely no reason why Phil and I are not going to come to agreement on the stormwater management improvements that are going to be made here. There's absolutely no way that would never happen, because Phil's a reasonable guy. Beta's very reasonable. I mean, they're going to hold our feet to the fire, but they're not going to go beyond that. And then, all of this stuff is already, sort of shown, or, the hard cost stuff is already on the plan. So Dan knows what it is, and we're just going to move forward with what they're going to ask us to do. And I think a lot of it has to do with ongoing maintenance, which is typical of a lot of sort of retro designs that end up happening. So,
Mr. Glosser, you're actually advocating for what I was, because Beta has appeared before us umpteen times, and they're an excellent organization, and I'm certainly not in your business, but very reasonable, and I am sure that we would get to that. My concern has been, as I've advocated multiple times, as a board, to making sure that whatever is put in writing that we are voting upon is put in a form that we have the comfort for, that is, something, which is where, I've been saying, if we just simply do it and push it to the September meeting, then we'll have it, and it'll probably be a quick hearing, because you and Beta will have reached an agreement. We'll probably have, the estimate of 20 or something to that effect, and then we can wrap it up quickly and you move forward. Because I think everybody on this board wants to get to yes.
So if I'm not mistaken, from what Dan had mentioned and John had mentioned, it seems like they're willing to get to the 20 events that you had proposed, Phil, and the stormwater shouldn't be an issue in affecting the site plan in the best situation, which seems like they can work something out. Worst case, they would have to come for a modification. I do feel there is enough here tonight through this discussion that you have had to be able to come to an agreement.
As long as the language, so I'm comfortable with the 20. I suggested that as we talked about that. It's then just, if the stormwater language can be put in a form that everybody is comfortable with, then I might be able to get to yes tonight. That's where I'm at.
Thank you, Phil. And as always, I appreciate your candor. I think we are all on the same page about getting to yes, but to your point, being as thorough and as diligent as we should be. Josh, I saw your hand up.
Yeah, I guess it's sort of a moot point now, since Mr. Burke, already committed to the 20 events, but what constitutes an event, I think I'm also struggling with. What happens if they just have a lot of visitors and they take up the entirety of their parking lot? Like, is that considered an event? So that's where I'm sort of very much I won't say ambivalent, but I don't see how it's enforceable to really say what the event is. So, you know, that's my 2 cents, but I guess it doesn't really matter if Mr. Burke is willing to commit to that. So my 2 cents on that.
Thank you. Given the extended discussion, I think it might make sense to look at conditions and
Yes.
see if we can get to a yes. It sounds like the stormwater condition and anything around the stormwater concerns. And Elijah, refresh my memory. Would that go to Karen for review as well, or because it's under 5,000 square feet of disturbance, does it not? Is this strictly our purview? I'm just wondering if conservation, the agent or the board has any oversight of that.
Yes, so conservation did review this and most they actually went before the planning board's taking up of this application. You know, based on this decision tonight, I'm anticipating they'll have to amend their approval.
In what way? I'm just curious.
You know, based in the stormwater management that's being proposed or worked out through beta, as well as the landscaping and site plan configuration.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Yeah, I think we should probably take a peek at the conditions, and I'd be interested if anyone on the board and or staff has input into how we could word the stormwater condition. If it's not already worded in a way that people are comfortable with, feedback on that I think would be helpful. Because and correct me if I'm wrong, I feel like that is the biggest concern at this point in the evening.
I echo that. That language is important.
And can I ask one more question for staff? Because the next Conservation Commission meeting isn't until September 11th, which is after our meeting on September 10th. And I know that's only kind of a 1-day buffer, but in light of that, if this is going to have to go back to Concom anyways, are we better off waiting to have a plan that we can approve without having to labor on the conditions here as much, that then just hops over to Concom quickly? Or is there an added benefit to us having this sort of lead time, if that makes sense? That might be a staff question.
That's a good question, though.
So I would lean towards an approval tonight to then be able to give Concom, or, you know, because there is still going to be a working out of the I don't know. I'm just thinking that if it is approved at September 10th and there's more, you know, if there's anything else that needs to be upgraded or changed, it wouldn't give enough time for a conservation decision the day following. That's my concern.
Okay.
In, you know, continuing and as opposed to not.
So by
Go ahead, Mr. Glossa.
by the Massachusetts wetland regulations, this does not go back to the Conservation Commission. The only change we're showing is the difference between the catch basin and the rain guardian, the different outlet structure. The Conservation Commission has already voted, and they voted basically negative determination. So they're going to allow us to go forward with the plan that we have. As far as Karen, the Conservation Commission agent and the stormwater management bylaw, as the chairperson said, that kicks in when it's more than 5,000 square feet. So in accordance with their regulations, asphalt is not a earth material. So as far as their regulations, we are not altering more than 3,000 square feet. So it does not go back for stormwater. But I think the easiest way for you to be assured that our feet are held to the fire, or that LifeWorks feet is held to the fire, is simply to say that the plan will meet in approval, or with the approval of, or the recommendation of Beta at the time, the Westwood zoning bylaw with regard to stormwater management, because that ties it back to the state regulation, which is what Beta was telling you tonight, that they want to see all of those stormwater standards addressed. And we've got them everything except, as Steve said, they need some documentation in some of these. So I'm not so sure that you're at any huge risk if you just say, we want Beta, before construction begins, we want Beta to tell us that this meets the regulation. So when it meets the Westwood regulation, it meets the state regulation, because they're tied together.
Thank you. Nora, I see your hand.
Yeah, I just wanted to advise the board that the Conservation Commission issued a determination of applicability, a negative determination on June 26th, with the condition that if there are any changes to the plan required by the planning board, the applicant has to return to the commission for a minor modification. The plan that you are now considering has changed from the plan that was before the Conservation Commission last June. So there are a few different changes, including the stormwater management, but there's also the change of those 4 parking spaces that are now shown as a landscaped area. So it is my opinion that this plan does have to go back to the Conservation Commission. And it would be my recommendation, I'd agree with Elijah, that giving the Conservation Commission more than 1 day's notice for their consideration of what the planning board has approved would be very helpful to the applicant and to the Conservation Commission members.
Understood.
Thank you. That's helpful. With that,
All right, let's jump in on conditions. Sorry.
on the conditions. No, absolutely. It sounds like I agree with the concern that if we're only meeting the day prior, if we have additional feedback, that could kick it up to October, and I don't really want to do that. So I'm happy to take a look at these conditions and see if we can get to a point where we are comfortable enough to move forward.
Elijah, is there a mechanism for stormwater reporting to the board post this meeting or something, so we get apprised as to what's happened between Beta and LifeWorks?
I can, with any peer review or response to the peer review, I can share it with the board as needed, as it presents itself.
Yeah, because I think the stormwater is the kind of final issue that we're trying to cross the boundary on. And that's just the one that I think if we can tie that up, we would give Concom enough time to consider it and but I just want to make sure that we don't have loose ends that are left lying out there that we did not have consideration of. So.
Yeah, so I can make sure every report that's updated versus the peer review response, I'll make sure that the board is privy to it.
Sorry, I see Nora's hand still up. Is that a legacy hand, Nora, or did you have something else you wanted to share with us?
I think it was legacy.
Sorry, trouble finding my unmute button. But I had one more comment. The board has done this in the past, and I think it might be something that you'd consider in this case. You have in the past, in some instances, voted to approve an application, but chose to leave the hearing open to allow you to reconsider it at your next session if necessary. So what you could do here is vote to approve this plan with conditions. One of those conditions being the town planner's review of the revised stormwater management in accordance with Beta's concerns that they've expressed in their memo. And that would be done between now and your next meeting, but keep your hearing open. So if the revisions are not sufficient at that meeting, you would have an opportunity to revote.
Nora, you just got me to yes.
Glad to hear it.
Thank you, Nora. I'm amenable to that process as well. I'm not hearing anyone objecting.
No,
So
that's great. This is It's the type of thinking I like. All right. Madam Chair, do you mind if I jump in on number 4 here?
No, please, if you have feedback, I would be happy for you to do that.
And applicant, Mr. Gloss was actually very helpful here. I'd like to strengthen this just a little so that it's not just conditional upon submission of a fully revised set of plans addressing all remaining comments. I think I want to have some language in here about prior to the start of any construction, the plan will be submitted, with any revisions needed to basically, based on Beta's recommendation, bring the plan into compliance with any stormwater standards as identified in the town of Westwood zoning bylaw. I welcome some advice on how to specifically insert that, but I want to make sure compliance with the stormwater standards in our zoning bylaw is specifically met before anything proceeds.
So I added one line, said stormwater report / O&M plan to comply with town of Westwood stormwater regulations as set in the town bylaws.
And
we
maybe
just-
and in accordance with Beta's recommendation.
And I would add, in accordance with the discussion of the August 6th hearing or something, you know how you use your standard language, Elijah, on when we have a discussion at a hearing, something along that line.
Yes.
I might say said stormwater report / O&M plan shall comply with town of Westwood stormwater regulations as set in the town bylaws. Do we need to call back to the memorandum again or to Beta's recommendation?
I think
Because there's
covered.
both the existing memorandum, but there may be additional comments from Beta that come in the back and forth as the stormwater calculations and the plan are revised. So I want to make sure it reflects any additional, and maybe that can be covered under reflect the views set forth by the planning board, but I want to make sure that this encompasses any additional back and forth with Beta.
Yeah, so I think that covers it as proposed.
Yeah, I think you're probably okay. Because it also adds the as reflected by the discussion, and the discussion has been very, very robust.
Yep. Okay. All right.
I'm okay with 4. I think 4 reads well.
Yep. Number 5. My request on number 5, our zoning bylaw discusses under EIDR or the parking section. I need to go back and look. Utilizing 4-inch it's landscape materials in the parking section of our zoning bylaw. Section 6.1.19.3 mentions any planted tree shall have a minimum caliper size of 4 inches, measured 4 feet above grade level. I just want to make sure that's reflected here, since I didn't see any caliper sizes mentioned on the plan, unless there's an objection from town staff for any reason.
Well, if they are to submit the revised site plan, then that would include.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then I guess that's my comment, is just I want to ensure that your review of any of that plan is going to be in compliance with what we discussed in the zoning bylaw.
All right, it looks like 5 is all set. 6 and 7, do they look okay?
I'm okay with 5, 6, and 7.
Yeah. Yeah, I have no objections.
I'm good if others are good.
All right, let me go back up to the top if the board is so inclined.
Thank you. Yes, if someone is inclined to make a motion on the waivers, I would entertain it.
I'll try to do it quick. I, Sean Weller, move that the planning board grant the following waivers in association with the application for the limited environmental impact and design review EIDR approval at 789 Clapboardtree Street, as described in the application, therefore submitted to the planning board and filed in the office of the town clerk on June 28, 2024. 1. Waiver from strict compliance with section 7.3.7.2 of the Westwood zoning bylaw requiring the submission of an exterior lighting plan. 2. Waiver from strict compliance with section 7.3.7.4 of the Westwood zoning bylaw requiring the submission of drawings/renderings. 3. Waiver from strict compliance with section 7.3.7.5 of the Westwood zoning bylaw requiring the submission of photos.
Yes, that was the end of the waivers.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion on waivers? Seeing none, I'll take roll call. Sean?
Aye.
Bill?
Aye.
Josh?
Aye.
Vote aye as well. Motion carries. Waivers granted. Now I would entertain a motion on the EIDR approval.
I, Sean Weller, move that the planning board grant the limited environmental impact and design review EIDR approval at 789 Clapboardtree Street as described in the application, therefore submitted to the planning board and filed in the office of the town clerk on June 28, 2024, subject to the following conditions. 1. Except as modified by the conditions and finding hereof, the project shall comply with the project plans and with the conditions of all prior decisions for the property in all respects, and the applicant shall pursue completion of the project with reasonable diligence and continuity. 2. If the project or any condition imposed in this decision requires any other permit, license, or other approval from any town of Westwood board, commission, or agency, or other commonwealth or federal regulatory agency, the applicant shall make an appropriate application for the same and shall obtain all required approvals prior to the start of any work. If any condition of such permit, license, or other approval from any other board, committee, or agency is inconsistent with this decision, the applicant shall make application to the planning board for an amendment of this decision, and the planning board shall consider such application in accordance with the requirements of MGL Chapter 40A, Section 9, and all applicable planning board rules and regulations. 3. Any proposed alterations, modifications, deletions, or changes to the decision shall be requested in writing to the town planner and building commissioner prior to implementation. A. Proposed alterations which are considered de minimis by the building commissioner may be accepted as a note to the file. B. Proposed alterations which are considered minor by the building commissioner shall require the filing of a modification application of said approval for review by the planning board at a publicly posted planning board meeting. C. Proposed alterations which are determined to be major by the building commissioner or by the planning board shall be considered by the planning board as a formal amendment to the approval and will require a new public hearing before the planning board. 4. Prior to the start of any construction, the applicant shall submit a fully revised set of site plans and stormwater report / O&M plan addressing all remaining comments in the memorandum from Philip Paredes Jr., PE, LEED, AP, CPS, WQ of Beta Group, Inc. to the Westwood Planning Board dated August 2nd, 2024. Said stormwater report / O&M plan shall comply with the town of Westwood stormwater regulations as set in the town bylaws and to reflect the views set forth by the planning board at the August 6th, 2024 planning board meeting. Said fully revised set of site plans and stormwater report / O&M plan shall be reviewed by the town planner and approved if consistent with all of the above. 5. Prior to the start of any construction, the applicant shall submit a fully revised set of site plans, including construction detail for the landscape island and a planting schedule indicating Massachusetts native species for the review and approval by the town planner. 6, prior to the start of any construction, the applicant shall submit a document indicating the donation of 12 trees to town-owned property for review and approval by the town planner and tree warden. 7, the proposed parking lot expansion shall be used for approximately 20 special events, i.e. memorials, fundraising events, open house, or similar events per year. 8, all landscaping approved herein shall be installed at the earliest possible date, but only during the spring growing season, running from April 15th through June 15th, or during the fall growing season, running from September 15th through November 15th. Any plantings that do not survive shall be replaced in kind in perpetuity at the property owner's expense. 9, all project-related construction activities shall comply with the timeframe set forth in the town's general bylaws, Chapter 292, for noise and construction, which allows such work Monday through Saturday between the hours of 7 a.m. and 7 p.m., and Sunday between the hours of 12 p.m. and 7 p.m. 10, the applicant shall submit a sign plan for review and approval by the town planner for any signage not included in this application, and shall obtain sign permits from the building division prior to the installation of any sign on the property. 11, a copy of this decision and the project plan shall be kept on the project site at all times during discussion. 12, the decision shall lapse if a substantial use thereof or construction thereunder has not begun except for good cause within 2 years following the grant thereof. The planning board may extend such approval for good cause upon the written request of the applicant.
Second.
Wow. I have a motion. Thank you. And a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll take roll call. Sean?
Aye.
Josh?
Aye.
Phil?
Aye.
I vote aye as well. Motion carries. The EIDR application is approved. Thank you, everybody, for a very robust discussion.
Yeah, thank
Now-
you. That was very good. Thanks.
Now,
We
do
appreciate
have
it.
a
Thank you.
motion to continue the
It would be a motion to continue. Yeah.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
then it'll be a non-hearing or
Before
something.
we do that, I see two hands. I see Amanda and Nora. Amanda?
You can wrap up this just before you got to the next agenda item. I had something.
Thank you. Nora?
No, mine was just, I was putting it up before Phil spoke up about the motion to continue. Just wanted to
Thank you.
make
Yes,
sure
so that we don't go on autopilot and close the hearing. So I would entertain a motion for continuance.
I, Sean I can go if you want. I, Sean Weller, move that the planning board continue the public hearing for the limited environmental impact design review, EIDR, for 789 Clapboardtree Street as described in the application, therefore submitted to the planning board and filed in the office of the town clerk on July 2nd, 2024 to Tuesday, September 10th, 2024 at 7 p.m. via Zoom, where Zoom link and associated call-in numbers will be provided on town's calendar on the homepage at https www.townhall.westwood.ma.us.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further
Sorry, Josh.
discussion? Seeing none, I'll take roll call. Sean?
Aye.
Josh?
Aye.
Phil?
Aye.
I vote aye as well. The hearing's continued, and we will see you on September 10th. Thank you all very much.
Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much. I
Thanks,
appreciate
Mr.
your
Burke.
Thanks.
very
Good.
much.
We
Thank you.
appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Mr.
Good
Burke.
night.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, Amanda.
Yes, so I've had several staff members that were supposed to present later tonight that all had to go. So we only have 1 of 5 that were originally scheduled still able to stick it out. I don't know.
They
I
don't
don't
stick
know if
around
it's
till midnight? I thought that's what we do.
it's completely up to the discretion of the board, but given that it's only one person, I didn't know if the board wanted to consider letting them present now before we lose them as well. But just wanted to communicate we're down to 1 presenter for the last agenda item.
I see. Yes, we're certainly putting people through the paces this evening. So I'm amenable to that. I was also going to suggest, given that we are 2 hours and 45 minutes in, that we take a 3-minute bio break before we move on to the next application. But before we take that 3-minute break, I am amenable to having our comp plan update prior to our last application if board members are amenable to that as well. Do I need to take a vote on that, or can I just see people nodding?
So yes, you would just take a vote for recess. It's 9:44, so for recess to 9:48.
Okay, unless folks don't feel the need, but I just thought I'd put it out there as an option since we've been going for quite some time. I'm seeing people nodding. All right, so I would entertain a motion for a recess starting at 9:44 and ending at 9:47.
Second.
Can we say so moved? Is that the,
Yeah.
Yeah.
yeah, okay, so moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call. Sean,
Aye.
Josh,
Aye.
Phil?
Aye.
I vote aye as well. See you all in about 3 minutes. Elijah, once we have everybody back, do I just need to recall us to order? We've never really done this before.
Yeah, so based on what I've seen for the Roberts rules, you can continue as needed since you did call for the specific time prior.
Oh, okay, so that time has passed, so we can just continue on.
Correct.
Fabulous. Right, give Phil a moment.
As usual, thank you to all our attendees for sticking it out this long. Appreciate it.
I do see a couple of questions in the Q&A, and please forgive me, my Keurig's heating up if you hear that noise. That's what it is. But I'm not sure that I can actually address these because they are posted anonymously. Is that
right?
Yeah, unfortunately, I would love to address these questions, but our bylaws require us to have your name and address to enter into the record. My apologies.
Are we ready to take the comprehensive plan update?
Yeah, I believe that was amenable to board members. And Elijah, is there, do we need to, that's totally at our discretion to decide? Okay, yes, I think that was amenable to board members. So, yes, who do we still have with us?
We still have Katie Colehart from Youth and Family Services.
Wonderful.
I'll promote her now.
Thank you.
And I will share my screen for Katie.
Welcome, Katie. Thank you for being patient, and we're very happy to have you here.
It's my pleasure to be here. I thank you for all the work you guys do. It's been very interesting. So should I just go through these goals real quick for you?
You can give us highlights, yeah.
I will give you highlights. I only have 3 goals, so it's not too much. So one being devoting staff time to website updates and communication. So we do dedicate staff time. We update our website kind of on an ongoing basis. We dedicate staff to posting on social media. We have a goal to increase our psychoeducational posts on a weekly basis. That's my personal goal for the next year. We are currently working with Westwood Media Center to update program videos with current staff and information. We've had turnover the past few years, and we are now fully staffed. So we would like to have our faces on the website to promote the work that we do by the people doing the work. In addition, we sit on many town committees internally on town committees, as well as many with the schools, as will be addressed in the 3rd goal. So we do that, whether it be our human services meetings and or our fund committee through HR to promote employee engagement. And one of my staff members, Shay, is working with Amanda on what is now actually the Westwood Support Network instead of the Social Justice Task Force to kind of promote and provide support to residents who need resources in town. So those are some things. In terms of recommendations, they're kind of all the recommendation, even the goal of working, with Westwood Media Center. You know, once that task is complete, we want to reassess kind of on an ongoing basis in terms of needing to update our website videos as well. And then in terms of sustainability and resiliency, with the goal of considering climate change, you know, we are fortunate our offices are now located in Wentworth Hall. So that's an energy efficient new building. And then other thoughts that I had under this goal, as we are doing our best to reduce our paper usage. We do provide counseling services, so we have to keep records on all of our clients. And so we have moved to an online service. So we're very, very limited in the paper that we use for our client files. And then for our programmatic services, we've been very, in the past, heavy on paper applications, paper flyers, paper everything. And we are trying to move away from that to more sustainable usage of like QR codes. So even like when we present at in the community, you know, sometimes we used to have stacks of paper, everyone take a flyer. And now we are trying to put up more signage of like, well, you know, find this QR code and take it to this 50-page document that you can read online instead of printing it out. So those are some changes that we've made there, and we'll continue to make those assessments and adjustments on an ongoing basis as well. And then the last one, Amanda, if you want to scroll, could, is, you know, the partner with schools and extracurricular programs to promote children and resident healthy lifestyles. It's kind of what we do. It's our mission is to promote the healthy development of children and adolescents and their families in town, specifically more on a mental health, through a mental health lens. So we sit on various committees at all grade levels to kind of work with schools, different departments to kind of promote healthy well-being. So for example, we sit on committees with the on the wellness committee, the newly created cell phone task force that will be up and running in the fall, child study team at the high school, just to name a few. We partnered with Thurston Middle School with their wellness department to kind of reinvent our what was our bullying prevention program, and we've geared it more towards conflict resolution in our newly formed Be Smart program. We continue to partner. I think we're in the 33rd year with all third grade to do our body safety theater program. We're partnering on a yearly basis with recreation, for example, to train their summer staff on mandated reporting and conflict resolution skills. And then we are constantly working with various community groups in town to serve the needs of the community. So we are on constant connection with Westwood Community Chest, the Food Pantry, and more, and the newly created Westwood Support Network, to name a few. These are all ongoing efforts. It's kind of our goal to look at what the needs of the community are, the ever-changing needs. Post-pandemic, things have really kind of changed and shaped how we're looking to serve the residents. And so that's kind of an ongoing, continuous assessment. And then we plan our programs and services around that. So I think that's all I have. And if you have questions.
Thank you very much. And thank you for all the work that you have done and continue to do for our community. And I will happily open up the floor to board member questions, comments. I'm looking for hands. Sean.
Just one for you, Katie, and thank you for sticking it out this far for a meeting. And I appreciate you calling it interesting too. But I was going to ask you from, we on the planning board side often are thinking about things like open space in town and recreation and walkability and even just the types of spaces that exist in town all throughout. I'm curious if you'd have any advice for us on things you hear from youth, from families, from the populations you serve that really impact the way we think about spaces in town and planning type decisions, if that makes sense.
No, it makes complete sense. I'm just now trying to think about that in terms of if I've heard things specifically related to space. There's never enough space. No, that's not true. I'm trying to think. I mean, I know there was talk probably that you've probably heard of in terms of the walkability when we redid the combine the Deerfield with Hanlon and the Pine Hill School, and kind of that slight probably disconnect that I think families felt on the Deerfield side of town. But I don't know if that's exactly something to, not in a complaint way. I just think it was kind of moving from their neighborhood to kind of come to a different side of town. But now that Pine Hill has been created, I would think they would love that because it is a gorgeous space. Trying to think. I know I have a personal goal, and we've been doing more. We're trying to get out of our offices and out in nature. So that's something, and that we worked with Tal in for the GIS to help us look at the trails. And we've kind of been exploring different trails in town and taking kiddos out in those trails. So whether they wanted to or not, we're kind of creating programs to get them out in nature. So we took a group of kiddos to Lowell Woods, and then I'm going to forget the name of the woods by Downey, but we have a plan to go there in the fall. So that's how we're exploring some of the open spaces and spaces in town. But in terms of kind of hearing about it, I don't know that I have a lot of data for you. Sorry about that.
No, that was actually really great. Thank you. I really appreciate that.
Thank you. Phil?
Hi, Katie. I concur that you get special dibs for lasting as long as you did and finding it interesting. If you had an ask, what would your wish list? What could we do to help you or support you? I'd like to ask that question, and I think it's really important for sometimes us to hear from others that have, things that we can just keep at the forefront of our mind as to what we should think about with respect to your mission. So that's my only question.
Sure. No, I mean, I don't necessarily have probably a wish list, maybe in the way you're thinking. I guess from my perspective and our mission is just kind of, thinking about youth and children kind of at the forefront. Like I'm an advocate for youth and families. And so kind of promoting spaces that are accessible to kiddos of all abilities and things like that. So that's just something that I think about in terms of how we can best serve the community. So I know, like, I always, if we had a recreation center, that would promote kind of healthy living and healthy lifestyles. And we partner with recreation and things like that. So, I mean, I know Rich would definitely probably want a rec center, but I also see the benefits from our perspective as well. Something like that.
Well, it's good for us to remember and keep the kiddos in the forefront of our mind.
That's the lens I kind of look through. So
I'll echo what your sentiment is. Thanks.
Okay, great.
Thank you. Were there any other comments or questions from board members? I'm not seeing any. I love that you're getting the kids outside. I think that's really important. And I think it's Courier Farm over by Dover. Those are lovely woods too. I'm a huge fan of Lowell Woods, but Courier Farm is really, really beautiful. So I'm glad to hear that that's on your agenda. Yeah, barring any other comments or questions from our board members, again, on behalf of this board, thank you for everything that you do and for coming and sharing all your progress with us this evening and for being so patient. We thank you.
My pleasure. Thank you very much for having me. Have a great night.
Of course. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, Madam Chair, just to that point, if I may, for anyone that's watching or may see this recording, so there were, there were 4 other updates that were to be given: the fire department, the Commission on Disability, the Department of Public Works, and the Dedham Westwood Water District. I'm just going to share my screen. If anyone is interested in seeing those reports, they can go to the Town of Westwood's website at townhall.westwood.ma.us. If you hover over departments, this drop-down list will come, and if you go over to Planning Division, you can click on that. It'll bring you to the Planning Division, and then you'll have the comprehensive plan here. You click on the comprehensive plan, and then that'll bring you to a list here. And if you go to Documents and Implementation Updates, you click on that, then you will find all of the reports that have been submitted, since June, July, this August meeting, and for the upcoming September 10th meeting. So I encourage anyone who is interested to view the updates here.
And I'll also add that all of the people that had to sign off are interested in presenting at a later meeting. They just couldn't stay on any longer this evening.
Understood. We had a lot of business to do this evening, so I understand, and I would be happy to have them come back when they are able to do so. And again, my apologies, our apologies to the folks that were not able to stay to present. Sorry that happened. And we look forward to seeing you at a later meeting. All right. Thank you very much. I guess now we shall move on to our final application hearing type pieces of our agenda. And the next one would be 101 High Street, public hearing for consideration of a shared driveway special permit approval for a shared driveway for 5 single-family residences at 101 High Street. I'm going to read a, if I can find the notice, I'm going to read legal notice. I'm going to read a portion of the hearing notice. Westwood Planning Board will hold a remote public hearing on Tuesday, August 6th, 2024 at 7 p.m. via Zoom regarding an application filed by Supreme Development, Inc. for consideration of a shared driveway special permit pursuant to Section 6.1.29 of the Westwood zoning bylaw for the purposes of creating a shared driveway for 5 single-family residences at 101 High Street, Westwood, Mass. 02090, and abutting parcels to the east and west using the existing curb cut in accordance with PB-24-23. The property is in the single residence E, SRE zoning district. Land affected, Assessor's Map 5, Lot 041 and Map 6, Lots 001-002. Property owner is Indira Desai. All right. And I see we have members of the applicant's team here. Welcome. Nice to see everyone.
Good evening. Excuse me.
So before we hand over the reins, I just wanted to mention, I see a panelist hand up. It looks like it went away. Sorry, I didn't see whose it was. It seems like there's definitely significant interest in this proposal already, but there's also several moving parts involved with this potential project. There are a few boards that have purview over different aspects of this project. So I thought it might be helpful before we dive into our discussion to just have Elijah kind of outline who oversees what parts of the project, just for some clarification purposes. So Elijah, if you would be so kind.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So basically, what we have before us tonight is for the shared driveway special permit. However, this site does go through the Conservation Commission as it relates to its encroachment or the project site next to in proximity to the wetlands. So any issues that are related to the wetlands will definitely be addressed in a public process through the Conservation Commission. It was originally on their agenda for the notice of intent on July 24th, but the commission did continue it, and the next opportunity for that to be heard and any public that is interested to attend would be September 11th. There are no zoning board of appeal applications that are open for this property, so there are no issues from a zoning board of appeals stance, or at least applications in that matter. And then I also understand that there are some concerned citizens that are in relation to the blasting that may or may not take effect in the vicinity. And I spoke to Chief Lund this morning or this afternoon, Fire Chief Lund, and he explained to me that basically once they receive the application for a blasting permit, they contract a company to perform like a pre-blast survey of homes in the vicinity. That is, if people allow them to actually enter to perform that survey, what it would do is look at foundations of the homes or any pressure points in the homes. And then during the actual blast, they have a seismograph on site to record any of the activity. And then after the blasting, if there are any calls from abutters or concerns that are presented to the department, that same contractor then goes out to perform a post-blast survey at the home to check for any potential damage that may have been incurred from the blasting. So I hope that that can give folks some sort of pathway as to how they can have their voice heard in the right avenue.
Thank you very much. All right, so now I'd happily hand over the reins to the applicant's team to give us a presentation on what they are proposing.
Good evening. For the record, I'm Peter Zucker. I'm the attorney representing Supreme Development LLC, who's the actual applicant this evening. Also here is Giorgio Petruzziello, who's the principal of Supreme Development. We have Zach Richards, who's the project engineer with Polar Engineering, and Ken Cram, who was with Bayside, which is now merging with Fuss & O'Neill. I believe I have the right name. So very quickly, I'm going to give a very quick overview and then turn it over to Zach. But so the real estate, as indicated, is 101 High Street. It contains about a little over 12 acres of land. Supreme Development has this property under agreement and has taken a look at it for quite a while in terms of potential development schemes of the property. I think at the end of the day, it was decided that he would go forward with a residential development. The property is in the single residency zoning district, and as you may be aware, there is a single family residential dwelling located on there, which has an access via a curb cut on High Street. So there were really two ways, or maybe more than two ways, that we could have proceeded on this. One is that you and Elijah and I had a long talk about adequate access to this property. If you're familiar with the property, and Zach will go in more depth, but it's very wooded along High Street, and there is a slope there. For the sake of this discussion, I will agree with Elijah that the board, if in terms of dividing this into 5 building lots, would require the board, we hope, to eventually sign a Form A plan. And there was, let's say, several ways you could have proceeded. One is you try to get all your other permits and go in and just do a regular house lots with 5 driveways. And we could proceed in terms of trying to provide the adequate access, then present the planning board with the Form A plan with the adequate access there, which may entail blasting, removing trees, etc. But after looking at the site and looking at your bylaw, we've taken a different route, which is to apply, I guess, simultaneously, if you will, for a special permit to allow the property to be accessed by a single curb cut off of High Street with a shared driveway. And that requires a special permit from this board. If we obtain that special permit, then we can proceed with that route, which I think falls right within what your bylaw says, that that the special permit for a shared driveway shall be granted if the board finds that the arrangement improves public safety, reduces the number of curb cuts on a major highway, avoids driveways at potential dangerous location, and serves environmental protection. We believe, and as Zach will go through it, that this avenue is the better avenue because it preserves as much of the natural state of that land as possible, and clearly significantly more than if we did try to provide the access and then come back with the Form A and do 5 driveways. So having said that, I think it would just probably make sense, especially given the hour, just to turn it over to Zach and have him walk you through and show a comparison. Actually, I think he will, in terms of what could, the 2 different versions of a Form A for this property. But again, since this evening we're here for this, I should just say for the record, and we're here this evening just to discuss or have the special permit, or discuss the special permit for the shared driveway. Earlier today, I provided Elijah with a written extension again on the Form A. Form As, as you know, have a very short shelf life in terms of when the board has to take action. So we've extended that until your next meeting. So hopefully the next meeting, we'll wrap up the special permit. And if we're able to get that, then you'd be able to act on that Form A at that time. So having said that, with your permission, I turn this over to Zach.
Thank you. Yes, absolutely.
Great. Thank you, Peter, Madam Chair, and members of the board, and appreciate your time tonight and bearing with us. a little late into the night here. My name's Zach Richards. I'm a senior project manager with Bowler and the civil engineer of record on the project, as Peter alluded to. We have been at work with the applicant and project team on this for some time, trying to figure out, the best way to do this, as Peter alluded to. We did present to the Conservation Commission on July 24th. We got a lot of great feedback from the commission that night, as well as some of the community. We're already at work trying to address, working on addressing and incorporating some of that feedback, which I think is going to result in a better project ultimately. But our goal again tonight is to get in front of this board and also the community, try to gather some more feedback and compile all that together. We understand, I think there's a peer review in the works as well through the town that I'm sure will result in some additional feedback. But we're kind of in the feedback mode right now, right, of getting everyone's feedback, the planning board included, to really refine this project and what we initially submitted, in hopes of coming back with, a final product and working through the peer review this fall, and also addressing the town feedback. So we've heard from the town a bit as well already. DPW or water sewer, generally, satisfied with our approach there, noting that, they would expect some of the private mains on site to be privately maintained, which is of course amenable to the applicant. The fire department we did reach out to, they had some concerns. We've since met and talked with them, and have some tweaks coming, I think, that will address their comments, which include just some adjustments to some radius and layout changes, as well as an additional hydrant that we're amenable to. So we're pretty confident we can address their concerns there. And then again, look forward to hearing from the peer review and from you all tonight. So with that, I'll jump into a brief presentation here, and I'll try to keep this relatively short and sweet for everyone, but want to walk through the scope and what we've looked at to date. Presentation mode, there we go. So this is the existing site aerial, and you can see that existing single family home that Peter had alluded to right in the middle of the site, mostly wooded. There's a lot of elevation change. There's very steep slopes today. There's an existing driveway that, if you can see my cursor, is almost in line with the cursor there, and the break in this median. This is High Street at the bottom of the page here. And this is Louder Brook Drive, the intersection of High Street and Louder Brook. We've got the I-95 on and off ramps further to the page right or to the east. And this is Grove Street, just to the east of the property here. As Elijah alluded to, there are bordering vegetative wetlands on the site, which is why we're in front of Conservation Commission, in addition to the stormwater permit based on the proposed disturbance for the shared driveway. And then we're showing the 30-foot and 100-foot wetland buffers in those dashed lines there. And you can see, again, that existing driveway is located right in between the 30 and 50-foot buffers there. There's an existing drive that it's a little circuitous up to the higher elevation where the single family home is, but largely no stormwater management system that manages that today. It for the most part flows downhill and eventually makes its way into that wetland to the west. So just want to point that out as we get into the proposed stormwater management approaches as part of the shared driveway. This is a very quick exhibit and very rough, just showing one of the early concepts that we considered in achieving, again, that Form A and the 5 single family houses that we're looking to develop on the lot. This shows how we can create again, 5 dimensionally compliant single family lots that meet all of the zoning requirements, and then could be served by individual driveways to High Street. Of course, as Peter alluded to, in looking into this and based on a lot of the existing site constraints, all the steep slopes, exposed ledge, and some of the other constraints here, we deemed this wasn't the best approach. It would require substantial blasting and tree removal across most of the site just to achieve that access and really create manageable grades and driveways to serve those single family homes. So that brings us to where we landed, which is essentially what you see here, a shared driveway approach. And what this seeks to do is reuse that existing curb cut that we know works today and serves that existing single family home by coming in at that location. It also works most favorably with the grade, as the grade goes up pretty quickly along the frontage as you work page left to right. So this allows us to come into the site with a shared driveway, as well as shared utilities and associated easements to serve each of the individual future home driveways, and also, achieve a reasonable slope on that roadway that minimizes blasting, minimizes tree removal, and generally works pretty well with the existing topography. So this comes in at about a 10% slope. This is the more engineered plan that shows the individual 5 lots A through E, as we've labeled them, with their setbacks. It shows really the limited disturbance, which we're in front of you today for. That the first step in this process is really to come forward for the shared driveway alone. So that's the scope of work that's being shown, is getting that proposed shared driveway in place, which you can see on the plan as shown in white, essentially. The limit of works shown in a grade hatch and dashed line. And then we've also shown the future homes and future individual driveways, again, approximate in location for reference. But what we're looking to do as part of the proposed special permit for the shared driveway is remove and demo the existing single family home and that associated driveway as it conflicts with the proposed shared drive, and then install this proposed driveway as shown with all of the associated utilities required to serve these future single family homes and appropriate stormwater management features. So again, this is a quick zoom that I think shows a little better some of the topography that we're dealing with here. And you can see this is the 10% slope coming up the hill that I alluded to. And you can see we're trying to minimize off-grading. There is, a bit of off-grading here. Again, that's to maintain reasonable slopes of 3-to-1 off-grading, and also fit in the proposed stormwater infiltration trench, which will run along the southern side of the driveway there. So you'll ultimately end up with sheet flow that's captured by a pea stone strip wrapped in filter fabric, and that provides your pre-treatment TSS removal, and then gets directed into the larger crushed stone infiltration trench for attenuation and infiltration. So again, you can kind of see some of the slopes and the challenges we're dealing with, but that it generally works pretty well with the existing topography, and in some areas follows the existing drive. We've got a bit of a hammerhead here at the end for turnarounds, and to stub out for the future driveway at the end. And then I will note that ultimately that infiltration trench is segmented into chunks as it goes downhill, to basically maximize its capacity before it then overflows to the next trench, and so on and so forth. Ultimately, at the bottom of this series of infiltration trenches, we do have an outlet control structure that, before any stormwater would collect to the point where it would overtop and flood the roadway, it would overtop a weir. And this is again during very extreme storm events. We're talking 2,500-year storm events, that it would overtop a weir in that structure and outlet via a proposed overflow pipe to a riprap flared end section to the wetlands to the west, where again that flow discharges today. So despite being technically a redevelopment, as I know you have seen a redevelopment project earlier, parking lot related, this does fully meet the Mass DEP as well as the local stormwater standards as a new development. So we are slightly reducing the impervious area as proposed. Again, the proposed shared driveway when compared to the existing single family home and driveway to be demolished. But we are meeting this the stormwater stance to the full extent as a new development, and that includes full treatment, TSS removal, phosphorus removal, infiltration requirements, as well as reduction in peak flow and rates of runoff. Right. So during all storm events, all analysis, we are sending our overflow to that wetland. We're reducing the amount of flow that's going to the wetland in the post-development build, because again, a lot of that flow under existing conditions just sheet flows and ultimately makes its way to that wetland. So again, goal here was really to minimize blasting, minimize tree removal, and in discussions with the project team and others in the town, this seemed like the best course of action for this project. And the first step, we're working concurrently with Conservation Commission, a peer review, and and looking for hopefully some good feedback tonight to also incorporate and then be back in front of the board at a later date with an even better product. So with that, I think I'm going to turn it over to Ken Cram briefly to just talk traffic briefly, if that appeases the board.
Thank you.
Good evening. Ken Cram, formerly Bayside, now merging with Fuss & O'Neill, as Peter indicated earlier. And we looked at the project. We did a traffic impact assessment, which has been submitted. The project itself, the 5 homes will not generate a substantial volume of traffic. We're looking at 4 to 5 trips during the peak hours, during the weekday morning, weekday evening. And there is adequate capacity for those cars to exit the site. We looked at the safety of the intersection. We went because of, excuse me, the nature of the location and where it's located just to the west of the signal with Louderbrook Drive. And there's the approximately 15-foot wide opening in the median for vehicles to wait as they make a left into or a left out of the current driveway. We looked at 10 years of crash history. We got the crash reports from Mass DOT. And there were no crashes that occurred at this location that were specifically related to the geometry of the intersection for a car to make a left turn in or a left turn out. The only crash that occurred in the area was, as everyone knows, further to the west. The 2 lanes that are passing through the intersection, they necked down to one, and there was a side swipe where 2 cars tried to occupy the same space at the same time. So that was not related to the intersection itself. And that's all summarized in our July 29th traffic impact assessment. And we did look at site distances, and we did make one recommendation that within the layout that some of the existing brush be cut back to maintain the sight lines for vehicles that are coming out and looking to the east in order to make a left or right turn, so that we can improve and maintain those sight lines. So that's a brief summary of the traffic impact assessment, and I'll be glad to answer any questions as necessary.
Thank you very much. Before I open up to board comments, I just want to make sure that that concludes the applicant's presentation at this time.
Yes, I was remiss at the beginning. I should have indicated also that as part of this, Giorgio Petruzziello did attempt to reach out to some of the abutters, I think, to the rear of this property. I think he did that initially by phone call or left messages, and I think he's talked to several of them. I just wanted to put that on the record that he has attempted to do that.
Thank you.
And that, yeah, that's our presentation for this evening.
Okay.
Excuse me.
All right. No worries. Thank you. All right. Then I would open, it sounds like, we don't have the peer review to look at yet. So I will go straight to board questions and comments at this time. I see Sean's hand up.
Initial question to just orient us with some historical memory in Westwood. Shared driveways. What do we have other examples of shared driveways that have 5 or more, or even 4 or more properties off of them in Westwood? And that may be a question for those who've been around the block a few times more than I have.
Not to my knowledge, do we have a shared driveway of 5 parcels?
Yeah. I remember
can
one
add-
3, but oh yes, Nora, thank you.
Now, I can just add that there are very few shared driveway applications that have been heard by the planning board over the years. The most recent one is at 480 Summer Street, and that was for 3 lots.
Thank you.
Any other initial board questions or comments?
I guess I'd expand that to, if you'll indulge me, Madam Chair.
Absolutely.
It's noted in our zoning bylaw that let's see, I've got a lot of tabs open now. It's noted in our zoning bylaw that part of this, part of the review for the shared permit should be just basically ensuring we're not subverting the intent of the subdivision control bylaw. I think there are many ways that could be defined or understood, and I'd be curious to hear some advice from staff at some point on how we interpret that. But maybe we wait for some of the staff comment on that. But that's just something I'm curious about here. I want to make sure we aren't running afoul of the way the zoning bylaw was designed here, particularly with respect to the special permit process for shared driveways and how it relates to the subdivision control law. So I'll have more comments on other things. And I'm happy to raise just a few now, I guess, while I'm talking. Number one, I'd be curious to hear the applicant's perspectives on, obviously there's comments from fire that you'll address. The 2 areas I don't see sort of staff comments and back and forth yet are trash collection. And I want to make sure there's adequate access for any trash collection or recycling trucks, and ability to be able to turn, and reasonable spaces that aren't going to create issues during the day and traffic issues. And then second is mail. I've kind of passed the site before, and I've seen one existing mailbox for the single family property. And I'm curious where the USPS trucks currently stop to put mail, and if moving up to 5 residences from 1 is going to create any traffic issues off of High Street. So those are 2 areas I'm thinking about here, in addition to the subdivision control law question. But that might be a mix of sort of applicant comment and staff feedback as well. I'll pause there.
Thank you. If either the applicant or someone from staff has any insight into Sean's questions.
Yeah, Madam Chair, if I may, just to the question of the subdivision control law, we had a few meetings with the applicant prior to the submission of the application, and it was an understanding with the town that this would be the best approach for them to try to get what they're looking for in terms of the establishment of the homes in that area. For the trash collection and the mail, the shared driveway was actually updated based on conversations that we had with the applicant to make sure that there was a turnaround included, as well as a site for the mail in order for those type of vehicles to be able to access the site as needed. And I can turn it over to the applicant. Sorry about cutting you off.
Great, thanks, Elijah. I'll jump in really quick. Again, as Elijah alluded to, we thought this was the best direction, and again, given it's 5 single-family homes, that the shared driveway approach made a lot of sense here, given really the limited, I think, infrastructure that we felt was needed to serve these homes. We did have early discussions with the town on a number of those items, Sean, so I'm glad you brought those up, because trash and mail was the 2 items that we hadn't initially thought of that we then had to think through. In terms of trash collection, we recognize that that will be a private trash collection service that that the owner applicant would put in place to serve the 5 homes. We've identified on the plans anticipated trash, I guess, bin areas or collection areas, if you would, where those homes would leave their trash for pickup, and then would allow for pickup along the shared driveway and a turnaround at the end for them to then depart the site. In terms of the mail question, we actually were out at the site as the mail was getting dropped off, luck be it, and we had a discussion with the mail delivery person. He recognized the challenge of the site and the constraints, and that they would not, enter such a driveway for individual mailboxes. So as of now, the anticipated plan is to just expand that existing location from 1 to 5 mailboxes. So it will largely function the way it does today, right? It's not ideal that they have a quick pickup drop off there, but it is within the area of 2 lanes. And again, 1 to 5 mailboxes. He thought, that's just one guy's take, but that, hey, it works today. We make it work, and that, based on their regulations, was the best solution that he saw, and that fit based on their requirements. So,
and does the mail truck right now, because I couldn't tell, there was a little bit of a graduated berm there, and I couldn't tell if the mail truck kind of in the current approach would kind of pull up onto the berm to leave those 2, because it's right where the 2 lanes merge to 1, which I felt was a little bit tricky. And I'm just imagining you've got all this traffic coming down High Street right into sort of this merge point, and if you choke that point even a little bit more, I don't know how long it takes to fill up 5 mailboxes versus 1, and I'm sure the mail folks are incredibly efficient with it, but I guess that was my one concern. Like, does the truck have room to pull off of the street and leave those merge lanes open, or do they need to sort of kind of block the road a little bit while they fill up the mailboxes?
Yeah, it's a good question. I don't know exactly how that operates, but I think there is that opportunity to pull a bit off if they chose to, with the curb cut there, to do so. And I think, the positive being it isn't after the merge happens where it's 1 lane. Like, there is quite a bit of space there, and it's near the start of the merge, so there's ample room, I think,
still a little wider,
to put flashers on and allow people to consolidate to the left lane, with plenty of room to merge a bit early, if you will.
And then if my fellow board members will indulge me, I have more questions. How wide is the proposed shared driveway itself right now as designed?
It is 20 feet wide.
Okay. 20 feet. So enough for cars to pass in 2 directions.
Yes. Yeah. And again, we're trying to be balance the, you know, the amount of minimal traffic that we expect and trips, right? That the chances are you're usually not going to have two cars going in each direction, but at a slow speed, it's comfortable enough that they should be able to easily pass. Again, if you think of a parking space as typically 8 feet for a compact 9 for a standard. At a slow speed, it's comfortable enough to pass. And again, at a steep slope, I think people will be moving slow, especially with traffic going in both directions. So trying to minimize disturbance, tree removal, and blasting by picking a reasonable balance of street width. But we're open to feedback.
I think you mean driveway width. If you start calling it a street, you might get
driveway. Sorry.
Yeah. I'm maybe the only issue I can sense in that case is if it'd probably be few and far between. But if these are spaces, these will be lots with some space given the zoning district there, and if someone chooses to host others, then they might just say, "Hey, park along the driveway." I don't know if that creates an issue yet, or if there'll be sufficient enough width or space on the proposed houses itself to give room for visitors to park. So you don't have a ton of cars kind of lining that shared driveway if someone's hosting some kind of a party. It creates some. I'm just worried about the bottleneck issue, especially on that grade. If somebody's coming downhill and someone's coming up and there's cars taking up one lane because they're parking for some kind of a gathering, this person's then got to back all the way up on a grade, if that makes sense. So I'm just trying to think through it's a tricky spot, and you're
of course
trying to get creative with it, and I really appreciate, or I respect that, I should say. But it's tricky, and I have to keep giving thought to all these things. So I'll stop with my comments for the moment.
Yeah, and just to touch on that briefly, again, great thoughts, Sean. I think our thinking here is the shared driveway gets you partially up to the the homes, and then there's another pretty good leg of driveway to serve each of the single family homes as shown on the future, again, anticipated locations and driveway lengths, as well as pretty ample parking areas that we anticipate up at the at the pad level where those single family homes go. So I think there should be ample opportunity, barring a 40th birthday party that might be a larger event, and take some coordination with the neighbors to park on the individual single family home driveways.
Thank you. Phil, I think I saw your hand up next.
Sure. I just have, I'm curious about, given the topography, why you're seeking a waiver on the stormwater drainage. Because that strikes me as a little.
If I can answer that, when I initially submitted the application, I had put that in figuring that, and again, Sean mentioned, trying to, are we subverting the subdivision rule? We're not. I mean, this is again, we're looking to do a Form A plan. And the only issue here is the access onto the lots. I don't think there's anybody going to question the adequacy of High Street. So, and as I say, we would normally have gone through a process of getting whatever other permits we needed, most of which are administrative. And then you create the access so that when we come to the planning board, that access is there, which basically is removal of the slope. So we're trying to preserve as much of the frontage, if you will, as you drive by. So what people see now, they'll continue to see, because when you drive by, it's a nice wooded area, and we're trying to preserve that. Phil, can you repeat that question?
Well, it's a waiver of the stormwater
I'm
report,
sorry.
which given and it just is clearly a with the you just briefly, and it's late, so I'm gonna just limit myself.
We've subsequently submitted a full stormwater. When I initially filed, I did ask for a waiver, figuring we didn't.
Okay.
Yeah, we didn't want to
I didn't yep.
We didn't want to initially do one for this. Then if it's denied, now we have to go back and do another one for the individual driveways. And Elijah caught me and said, no, you'll be submitting a stormwater management. So the full stormwater management has been submitted.
Okay. It's early on and it's late tonight, so I'm good.
I appreciate that. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Josh?
Hey, I guess I definitely appreciate the efforts that you put into creating a very thoughtful utilization of that shared driveway. I guess I'm just worried about the continuous management from both a safety perspective and, you know, services perspective, as you discussed. You know, the plowing, obviously, like how do we envision that working? I mean, because it sure sounds like a subdivision afterwards if you're providing in perpetuity plowing and all these other services. It just like perception, and like at the same time I want to make sure if there is a cutoff that like there is some covenant, there's some agreement with the owners to do this in perpetuity.
Yeah, we would do the same thing that we do on a subdivision, for instance, that's not being accepted by the town as a public way. We would immediately, before any house is sold, we would have on record a homeowners association, which is responsible for the maintenance of the public. We're actually debating how far do they go. They're going to plow all the way up the private part of the driveways, but clearly the homeowners association would be the entity that would be responsible for what I'll call the shared driveway, and probably anything that has to do with cleaning up the stormwater, the shared part of the stormwater system as well. And there's usually we do like we always on the other ones, and typically with these homeowners associations, we do a budget. It's set in place, and when their property is deeded to them, it's subject to their participation, if you will, or subject to them being part of that homeowners association.
They'd be required to join the association.
But
yes.
Sorry for my ignorance around this, but doesn't that become a subdivision at that point? No?
No, we've no, the definition of a subdivision is so under the, as you know, under the Subdivision Control Act, a subdivision would be bringing in, and that's why I think somebody said it to Zach, we're not bringing in a road, we're bringing in a shared driveway. And that's the major difference. If on a subdivision, we would have a road and our lots would be, the frontage for those lots would be taken off of that new road that we brought in. Very early on, I mean, and it didn't last long, we did look at a subdivision. We looked at almost everything in terms of even non-residential uses for this property. So subdivision was one of the things. And I mean, it defeated what we were trying to accomplish in terms of limiting the blasting and saving the trees. So, but no, as long we're not introducing a road, we're introducing a shared driveway, which would be in lieu of the individual 5 curb cuts along High Street.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions from board members?
Can I ask some questions from a stormwater standpoint quickly?
Sure.
And I only ask, I was present at the Conservation Commission initial meeting on this. I can't remember the exact date, but it was their most recent meeting. And there were some abutters who I think might abut the wetlands area that this project is anticipated to drain into. And they expressed concerns about some of the drainage and possible issues with runoff, flooding, and there were clearly issues with other potential property owners in the area as well. So I want to make sure the stormwater piece of this is really buttoned up and even kind of above. And I know we can only kind of require what meets our standards, but I think I'm going to be much more comfortable with a plan that can very convincingly show that this will have no really detrimental stormwater impacts, even in kind of big 100-year flood cases. one of my questions relates to impervious surface. So right now, what's proposed, the shared driveway said to decrease the amount of impervious surface. And I was even looking at the stormwater report, and you're talking about actually reducing the amount of I think runoff that reaches sort of the bottom of the driveway. However, will the project increase impervious surface after you add in the 5 individual driveways and the houses? Because I feel a bit like, we're reviewing this sort of stepwise, and I want to make sure that's considered as part of all this, because all of that imaginably runs down to the main shared driveway and then out.
No, that's a great question. And that was part of the discussion with Elijah and some of the town staff early on. But again, the order of operations here, it's a little funny, but working through both the Form A and then the shared driveway, which is a precursor to the Form A in this case. It's really those future homes and driveways will go with their own individual stormwater permits and processes, which we understand will go through the Conservation Commission. So as part of that future impervious area, once we have final designs for those homes and those driveways, they'll each be required to have their individual stormwater management facilities. That tying into the HOA discussion, right? There'll be an HOA that manages this shared driveway, associated access easements, utility easements, all the utility, the stormwater that manages what serves all of them. Similarly, they'll have their own dedicated stormwater systems that manage the runoff from their individual driveways as well as the homes themselves. And those will require separate calculations, stormwater analysis to prove that those are meeting individually as each individual single family home development, all of the stormwater regulations. So there'll obviously be some tree clearing associated with those. There'll be some additional impervious areas you alluded to, and that'll be our burden as part of each individual stormwater permit to prove that we're meeting all of those regulations as you construct each of the driveways in the single family homes themselves. So those will be future applications and analyses.
And then I guess right. And I guess then is the stormwater report that we're looking at and that our third party reviewer is looking at, then is it going to become a moot point down the line? Because I would imagine, and I'm not an expert on all things stormwater, but I would imagine that to accommodate those individual 5 lots and those impervious surfaces, that you're going to have to do something on the shared driveway, just given the direction water is going to flow. Maybe not, and that's your burden to figure out. But if so, I'm wondering if are we going to be then, does the shared driveway then come up again later with needing a whole new kind of stormwater report to then accommodate those 5 individual lots? I don't know the sequencing here, and I'm just, it's my intuition, but I could be wrong here.
I see Elijah's hand up.
Yes. So Sean, just to kind of mention that the shared driveway will have its own, stormwater management, and then for each individual lot, they will have to contain their runoff within that site. So whatever is, whenever it gets to that point, they go through conservation, whatever runoff has to be, maintained within that project site.
Okay.
So Sean, to your point, I mean, one creative example would be a trench drain that we're introducing at the bottom of each of those individual driveways that then routes it to a system above the shared driveway, but to the right of the driveway, maybe a little down gradient, could be a rain garden or some type of similar infiltration trench. But there's some creative ways that we can still work with the topo and manage that before it gets to the shared driveway.
Okay. I'll be interested to see. Obviously, we'll want to see kind of, just for this, we'll want to see the report from our third party reviewer. I'll look forward to that. So.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions from board members? I had a couple. I was gonna ask if you were planning on a HOA, because I was hearing private trash and, that tends to make me think that's the only solution. And then my other question, and this might be a nice segue into staff comments. I did notice when I reviewed the staff comments, the building department had, and I'll just read it, the 5 proposed lots comply with the zoning bylaw dimensional requirements. However, access to the 4 eastern parcels would not be possible via the frontage on High Street. A shared driveway or private road would be required. So I'm just, that sounds a little different than the 5 potential curb cuts you were talking about. And I would just like to understand, it sounds like there's a disconnect there. So I'd like to understand what the options like, are 5 curb cuts possible, or it sounds like there might be some doubt about that from the building department. Not that I want to see 5 curb cuts, but I would just like to understand why that comment sounds a little different than what we've heard tonight about the potential for 5 individual driveways.
So on a Form A, the Form A typically, as you know, is do you have frontage on an existing street? You really don't even get into the zoning as long as you have, the minimum frontage. Case law developed that added to that. And the case law developed this thing called adequacy of the road itself, and then adequacy onto the lot. That adequacy needs to be present when I present the Form A. So if I presented the Form A by itself, without doing anything else, without the shared driveway thing, then Elijah would probably tell you, well, I think the slope's too big. They don't have adequate access. However, I can make the ad. So it's when I present it to you. So, I did this in another town, but this, just by analogy, I had somebody who had, owned both sides of a paper street, but it was a paper street. It was wooded, whatever. And, before we could Form A off of that paper street, the applicant got whatever permits he had, a Concom, et cetera, to clear the road. You don't have to put pavement in. It has to be, it has to be access. It has to be more than illusory. But it doesn't have to be, 20-foot. I think if a fire truck, if an emergency vehicle can make it without having to have, 4, all-terrain vehicles and that type of thing, then the access is adequate. So we would create through the Concom or whatever other, typically administrative permits that you need to get that access. Then we could file a Form A to you, and we would get our 5-lot A&R, and then we would be able to apply for, whatever curb cuts we want. It
Thank
all
you.
has to do with timing.
That's helpful. Thank you very much. I guess at that point, if there's no other board comments or questions, I would love to hear if there's any additional. Oh, I see Sean's hand.
I know you're going to ask for staff comments, and I have a question for staff that maybe they can answer in the course of their comments too, which is, to what extent does our review for the special permit for the shared driveway include any of the considerations under EIDR? So some of the sustainability, tree removal questions and all of that, and having trees planned for removal marked on plans, et cetera, et cetera. I'm just curious, and I welcome that along with everything else staff has to share with us. So
That's a great question. Thank you. And I see Josh, looks like you have I saw a hand.
Yeah, Ellen, you sparked my my thought process too. In Mississauga, the same. I did see a lot of commentary around fire apparatus and emergency service vehicles. Very much to that point of being able to access those homes. Was that shared with you? And what's the solution? I mean, I know we talked about the 20-foot wide, but I guess that seems very relevant to approving this part of the application when we're saying that fire apparatus and ambulances won't be able to get up this quite long driveway to other long driveways. So I just sort of wanted feedback around that.
Yes, we did obtain. Yeah, we have that. The reports, light up on the screen from the your portal, and I know Zach's probably the best one to answer that in terms of addressing the fire department comments.
Yeah, again, we did have a discussion with them. I think they were concerned with, really, they requested some additional truck turning analysis plans that we've since prepared and are, ready to submit to them. We did want to get some more feedback and try to be thorough and have a comprehensive, I guess, resubmission, if you will, to the town that's kind of incorporating everyone's feedback. But based on those discussions, I think it was, perhaps extending that the turnaround area at the end of the shared drive a little bit, and some tweaks to that to make sure it accommodates them to their satisfaction. And then also looking at the future driveways and understanding that they can get and properly access up to each single family home. So that's what we worked through. We've prepared some truck turn plans and analyses, and I think I feel confident we can get to a resolution. We haven't gotten there yet, but hopefully, again, by the next time we're in front of this board, we've satisfied their concerns.
Awesome. Thank you. I just want to make sure that that was on the radar.
Thank you. Okay, I will open it up to additional staff comments and feedback at this time.
Yes, so I was going to kind of touch on the accessibility for the fire apparatus, but that was mentioned. Basically, between the building department and the fire department, making sure that there is that access and radius for fire equipment. Earlier on, the applicant did mention an additional hydrant, which both the building and fire department have mentioned in their staff comments. I think I'll read off Dedham Westwood Water District, their staff comments. So the civil plans make sense with regards to the 6-inch main going into the property as opposed to individual services going across High Street. However, since it's a common driveway and private, DWWD would not want to take ownership of that main hydrant flushing or shutoffs. Therefore, we would not tap the services off the private main. Since we only own the gate that feeds the property, turning off and on services would be problematic every time, as we'd be shutting down all residences every time one service had an issue. To alleviate this, would Supreme enter into an agreement not holding DWWD liable for any problems that arise from repairing of the stop valve rod. Otherwise, the homeowner would need to provide a plumber every service call. Please let me know your thoughts. So just want to put that out there, that the applicant needs to address those concerns, as I'm sure they're considering it, and whatever resubmission is being prepared. But I want to put that out for public as well. And then we do have PSC, Professional Services Corp. They will be doing the peer review and should have something to us by August 15th. And they'll be reviewing this recording as well for any additional input into their own peer review. And I also want to mention to the board, I'm sure we are not coming to any conclusion tonight, but going on in the future, I don't know if it is the board's flavor to consider a site visit, given the topography and the nature of this project, prior to a next planning board meeting. Just wanted to put that out there.
Thank you. I personally think that would be a good idea, because I haven't been up to that lot in many, many years, more than I care to admit. But as I recall, it's a really challenging piece of property, and there is a lot of topography that from an aerial or from a two-dimensional plan, or reading the marks on an engineering drawing, you don't really get a sense of what it's like without being there. So if the applicant would be amenable to the board visiting maybe just the existing property so that we're not hiking through the woods. But I think we could get a decent sense of what the area looks like. So I'd be amenable to that if my colleagues would be interested.
I'd
That
like
sounds
it.
like a good idea.
And I just asked Elijah if maybe you can communicate with Karen, and just in case the Concom wants to do the same at the same time, it could be economies of scale there, if
Yeah,
they have an interest.
That's a good suggestion. We've done joint site visits with Concom in the past, and I find it effective. So good suggestion.
Yeah, definitely.
Thank you. Were there any other staff comments?
None at this time.
Okay, then I would like to open up the floor to.
Or could
Oh,
I,
yes.
and I do want to hear public comment as well. I was just going to ask on that question I raised around EIDR and some of the sustainability portion of the bylaw that
Yes.
came in the last few years. Is that within scope for this review or no?
Yes, it is. It is
Okay.
within scope.
Okay, understood. And I was just going to say on that point, I request that the applicant look at that portion of the bylaw, some of the sustainability standards and some of the maintenance of landscape as mentioned in the EIDR section, and see how you can be a response to that. I understand this will be a project that will certainly involve cutting, regrading, a number of elements on that front, and I know we've been concerned about vegetation cover and trees and all of that, and there's even some specific lines of the bylaw that call out to trees above, I think, 5 inches caliper. So I want to make sure we manage that portion of the process with our due diligence as well.
Thank you. No, that's a good reminder, and you've actually just made me think. Since you're looking for feedback, I'd be interested as well. And Elijah, stop me if this is not part of our scope, but I'm sure there's probably a lot of invasive species up in there. And if there's some way as part of your work when you're building a shared driveway to kind of mitigate some of that along the way, I wouldn't be opposed to that if it's not out of our scope. A little bit.
Just a little bit, yeah. I think that falls more into conservation.
Okay. I know sometimes there's overlap between our two boards, so I try and pick my spots. All right. Well, then, just something to keep in the back of your mind if they ask you for it as well. Okay. Now, if there's no further staff or board comments, I would really like to open up the floor to public comment. I think there's some folks who have been waiting very patiently. So again, just a reminder, please either raise your hand, we can promote you to panelists to speak, or feel free to enter your questions or comments in the Q&A. We just need your full name and address for the record. Thank you. I see one hand up and it looks like there is one comment in the Q&A. So why don't we begin with the person who'd like to speak live?
Good evening. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can. Welcome.
Terrific. Thank you. Thanks very much, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Yanni Sippes at 152 Grove Street.
Thank you.
My wife and I are longtime Westwood residents. We've lived on Grove Street for many years, and my wife grew up in the town. We are direct abutters to the property that's the subject of the application. As was stated, we were not directly outreached by the applicant, but we were introduced to the applicant by other means. And we really appreciate the opportunity to comment this evening. And we recognize this is only the beginning of a lengthy process, but we did feel it was important to share certain comments for the record, also so the applicant could hear directly from us vis-a-vis our concerns. And we have 3 comments to share with the board, and we appreciate the time, especially at this late hour. First of all, just a couple of administrative matters. We have met with the applicant several times. And he has made certain commitments to ourselves and certain other neighbors regarding various dimensional and other matters regarding the project. These are not reflected in the application materials currently before the board, and so we would just ask the board to defer any action on the application until those materials can be updated to reflect those commitments that have been made by the applicant. And we'd also ask the board not to grant any waivers until those updates have been provided and the application has been adjusted to fully describe the scope of the proposed project. More on that in a moment. We did, with the assistance of some outside professionals, also do our own scrub and note that we believe that this proposed use of the shared driveway mechanism to serve 5 homes, we believe would be precedent setting in the town of Westwood. And we just want to be on record saying we see no reason to set this precedent at this time in this location. Second, just a few comments related to impacts on neighborhood character and the natural environment as defined in the bylaw. I think one of our primary concerns with the application is the result of the way this applicant handled the recent development up at Schoolmasters Lane, just up the road from here in the town of Dedham. But I'm sure many of you are familiar with it or have friends who live there. You know, in that case, the applicant took a very beautifully wooded area just like this site and just clear cut many, many hundreds, if not thousands, of mature trees, blasted a huge volume of rock out to create basically open lawn areas for the large single family homes and cut in some utilities. And the result of that approach to site development, to land development, has very significant environmental impacts that really only benefits a small number of homes. And the site that's the subject of the application before you this evening is, as you all very well know, a gateway to our town. And frankly, our town deserves better than that kind of wholesale clear-cutting approach that was done up on Schoolmasters Lane. So if the board is to consider the application, we would only suggest that the board impose pretty strict conditions related to maintaining tree canopy, minimizing the impact on the forest ecology on the entire site. We're not just talking about the shared driveway limit of work, which is a very small fraction, as board member Weller mentioned, of a much larger site. Like, those conditions should apply to the whole site, whether a tree is being cut for a lawn or a shared driveway or a parking apron or something else, the tree's gone. And, you know, the engineer described this as limited disturbance, but the limit of work on the plan only shows the shared driveway, not the whole development. And so we would just ask that a very high degree of care and deference should be given to, you know, the hundreds of very beautiful mature trees making up the canopy on this site. It's not just about the shared driveway. It's about the overall approach to site development. And, you know, ultimately, we don't think there's any reason that good responsible development can't coexist with that kind of good responsible preservation of habitat and increasingly dwindling tree cover in our town, but that is it should be of paramount importance. And then the third and last item of concern that we just wanted to share with the board is another environmental consideration that's related to stormwater, as has been raised by members of the board. You know, the applicant stated in the stormwater report that the project qualifies as a redevelopment with a decrease in impervious area. And that's just not accurate when you look at the overall full scope of the development project, which involves much more than just the proposed shared driveway limit of work. You know, the full stormwater report covering the whole site hasn't been submitted, as was stated. And we suggest that the board, although the current application only relates to the shared driveway limit of work, we would ask that the board request a stormwater report, a full stormwater report for the entirety of the site for the whole project served by that shared driveway. As it is, the applicant's only measuring a small fraction of the site with the stormwater report and isn't counting all that work, sort of cherry picking a small portion, sort of for convenience. You know, the reality is that the topography, especially around the perimeter of the site, is just too steep to ensure that all of the stormwater falling within the project site as a whole will be retained on each house lot. It's just not possible. And I think the site visit would be a terrific opportunity to see that. So there's no question, big picture, that the overall project as described in the application will result in increased stormwater runoff from the site as a result of the deforestation, the addition of impervious, and much of that stormwater, as was stated by the engineer, is going to be directed actively into the wetland on the western portion of the site. That wetland first flows downstream into the wetlands adjacent to our house, then it flows into our basement, and then eventually it tries to make its way through the culvert under Grove Street next to our house, which I think many in the town know is already a bottleneck and can't even handle the current flows, let alone additional flows and climate change. Grove Street has a history of flooding and icing over because of the drainage issues from those wetlands. The The sewer commission did great work and very graciously spent a lot of time and money trying to rectify those issues several years ago, but the problem still persists. And so we just asked the board to consider the stormwater issue with a very high degree of care, and ask a lot of those tough questions about where the stormwater is going, what could be done under Grove Street to help that stormwater continue its journey toward the Charles River, as opposed to staying on our side and the project side of Grove Street and impacting our home and the public way as well. So in summary, there's no reason that responsible development and new homes can't be created on this site, but a lot of work needs to be done to mitigate the impacts that the current application plus the overall project scope would cause. So we ask that the project be considered in its full scope, not just the limit of work described in the application vis-a-vis the shared driveway. The project needs to be considered in totality. And it's, I think that approach is both logical and thorough and holistic, and I think serves the town in the best light. So much more discussion to come. We really appreciate the board's time, appreciate the opportunity to speak, and thanks so much for your service to the town. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for taking the time to come in and share your thoughts with us, and again for being so patient and waiting. We appreciate that.
Yes, thank you for your comments.
Right, I do see another hand up. If we'd like to promote that person to panelist. I see two more hands up. I think Eric Brucato had their hand up first. Yes, thank you.
And this is also the same person that submitted the comments in the Q&A.
Oh, thank you. Right.
Hi, good evening. This is Eric Brucato and Diva Braunfelds. We are abutters, neighbors, as well as Yanni right next door. And I just want to say that, we did not, other than the notification of this meeting this evening, I was not aware of being contacted by the applicant prior to the one notification about the meeting tonight. But I do want to echo and share all of the comments raised by Yanni. I think those were excellent points. I've heard a lot of discussion about blasting and water runoff, and I just want to mention that our property has 2 wells on the property that are used for drinking water. And I just wanted to hear if there's been any analysis or discussion and thought about, testing the, the potential impacts to, wells in the area that, that the development could cause.
Thank you. And I'm sorry, for the record, what was your address?
148 Grove Street.
Thank you very much. That is.
Ellen, do you want me to respond to that?
Yeah, if you have some information on that, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, so when we do blasting, they come onto a survey, and it's typically 200 foot diameter, or to a circle around where the blast is. So when they do a survey to make sure that we don't affect any wells or any home or any structures. We've done blasting many times. We've done it the last time we've done middle of Islington Center. They're very, very efficient on how they do this. So I wouldn't be concerned at all about your wells. And if I recall, your house, I think we measured it, and it's about 475 feet away from the closest blast. But again, we will make sure that every precaution is taken to protect your well and your property.
Thank you.
I just want to chime in as well on the tree issues, because I know my husband here echoed our neighbor Yanni's comments, but it really is crucial that we think about the number of trees that get taken down. And I understand that we're here to talk about a driveway, and they're saying if you do 1 driveway versus 5, there'll be less trees. But at the end of the day, if the developer has a history of clear cutting trees, and we are concerned with the way, the way this is going to go, I echo Yanni's comments that we please, be careful about the tree canopy and thinking about the number of mature trees. We purchased this property in part because it is surrounded by, woods and trees, and we didn't want to live on a field where we can see everybody around us. And I think, that driving down 109 and having that large area of trees on your right as you're coming into Westwood is an important part of our town. So thank you.
Thank you.
Can I comment again, Ellen? So
Sure.
we as well take the tree canopy and the tree covering very, very important. That's why we're here for a special permit. What Yanni said about Schoolmaster Lane, unfortunately, he doesn't know the whole backstory. And no, as a developer, and I live on Schoolmaster Lane, we do not like to clear trees. It costs money, and it costs money to put them back. So that's all misinformation. And I would, if anybody would like to have a conversation about it, we can offline, obviously. But yes, all the concerns that every neighbor has regarding the tree, the canopy, and the town, we all have the same concerns. We want to leave as many, many trees as possible.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I will speak personally. I won't speak for the board, but the tree canopy is in general in the town is a big priority of mine. And I personally, whenever it's within my purview to preserve it, I always advocate for that and try and condition it when possible. The other entity that you might want to send your thoughts to or go speak to would be the Conservation Commission, because they also have some purview over the tree canopy as far as parts of this project go. So it would probably be good for them to hear some of these concerns, because I think there's some crossover between the two boards. But
we also have, not to interrupt, I'm sorry, we do have a tree survey that's being done. So we have an exact tree count. I mean, Zach, if you want to speak to that, but we are having that done for the entire site. That'll give us the exact amount of trees, the width, the dimensions, and that'll help us really create a tree, what we have there for trees and maturity. So that's really
just to
gonna go
add to
on.
that briefly, I mean, Sean, I connected with you at the Conservation Commission hearing, and I appreciate your time that night. But a lot of the feedback we heard from the commission as well was tree preservation. As part of that, doing a survey, which we have in motion already to locate all of those on site, clearly depict those within the limit of work, and make sure we have a tree mitigation plan that makes sense for those trees that are required to be cleared as part of the project. So all of that's in the works and forthcoming with our updated submission.
Thank you. I'll actually be personally very interested to see that as well. So thank you. Yes.
Can I just ask one more follow-up question? So we're 148 Grove Street. We directly abut this development, and again, hopeful that it can be done well, and that an additional house or whatever number of houses can be built in a responsible way. My concern, I guess, is that, as my husband stated, we didn't receive any notification of this project until a couple of weeks ago, when we got a letter that actually was addressed to the wrong address. But we did get like a certified mail, and we had to go pick it up, and it had sort of the wrong address for us on it. And it led us to this meeting, but we haven't been informed of like Conservation Commission meetings or any other planning board meetings related to anything. So how do we make sure that we can hear about this in a timely way and provide the feedback that you all are saying you're looking for? And I mean planning board, but also the team that's developing the properties said, multiple times that they're looking for public feedback, and we are directly abutting this property.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
If I may, I can't speak to the conservation notifications, but for the planning board notifications, we did send those out, as you had mentioned, for this through the certified mail. And this is the first hearing for this site. So within approval not required. So this did come up for the A&R plan a few months prior. If it's a public meeting, it's not advertised, but with this being a public hearing, it is advertised for a special permit. And so that's kind of the mechanism to alert any abutters when properties being considered.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Also, if I can comment, anybody that wants to reach out to me, you can reach out to me through Elijah or through my office. I mean, I'm pretty easy to look up, and I'm more than happy to meet you at your home or wherever you like to go over plans or any details you like to get answered.
I also suggest you stay on top of the calendar. The town will, if you stay on top of the calendar, you'll see what's coming up. And then you'll see also the packets.
Thank you. Amanda, yes?
I'm happy to connect with you offline. I can send my email in the chat. I do see your address label in the mailing that was sent out, so I'm happy to figure out kind of how it didn't get to you, so we can make sure that doesn't happen again.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
And I'll just add that as the notice of intent with the Conservation Commission, we're required to do a butter notification. That was done. We can work with you and the conservation agent if there was, a mistake maybe in the assessor's database or the abutters list that we were provided. But that should have been part of the process, so we can again work with the agent offline to make sure that you're receiving all future notifications.
Thank you. And thank you to you both for coming this evening and sharing your thoughts with us. We really do appreciate it. I definitely want to hear what the folks in the neighborhood have to say and what your concerns are and your observations. That's very important to our process. So I am grateful that you came and that you were willing to stay as long as it took to actually get to this part of the program. Did you have any further questions you wanted or thoughts to share this evening?
No, just curious when the next meeting is on this subject.
September, when were we gonna, September 10th?
So we haven't gotten to that point yet, but it would most likely be either September 10th or September 24th.
Thank you.
Next month. Thank you. All right.
I believe the next Conservation Commission meeting is September 11th, and that one's in person. So I'll flag that for any abutting members of the public as well. That might be a useful one for you to go to, and they like to hear from people. They don't get it as much as we do. So
thank you, Sean. That's helpful info as well. I do see another hand raised, Mark Callahan.
Hi, Mark Callahan, 20 Grove Street. Thanks for the opportunity to comment. And I might be in the position of being the guy standing between shutting this thing down. So I'd see, hopefully I'll be quick here. But, not to repeat anything that's already been said, but just Sean got at it in his comments and then Yanni spoke to it as well. But just, I know this application is just focused on the stormwater for the driveway itself, but I have a real interest in understanding globally the stormwater treatment for the homes once they are done. So I don't know if that's something that the peer reviewer can opine on, a way to approach that, because, what if the ways that the homes need to be treated impacts the design for the driveway, like the ditch needs to be sized larger or something like that. So that's just my concern, given that I'm, a low man here. There's like 30 to 40 feet of elevation from my property to the peak of this one. So just wanted to state that again, even though it's kind of a repeat comment, but appreciate the chance to comment, and hopefully the site walk is open to the public. I'd love to participate in that as well. And that's all I got for tonight.
Thank you. Again, I appreciate you coming to talk with us and share your thoughts and your concerns, and also for being so patient. That's a good question, Elijah, about site walks. How does that work?
So generally, they are limited to the town staff, or not town staff, but town boards and committees. They will be advertised, and they're not They're not actually public meetings, so they're not open to the public. You know, there comes into the liability with it being private property and citizens and things of that nature.
Can I offer to any neighbor that does want to walk it, they can reach out to me and I'll be more than happy to walk it with them and show them the exact locations of anything I can if they have any questions. Like you said, I think it's great if they do want to walk it. It gives a different perspective on how the property will look.
Thank you.
And Elijah, if there isn't a way for us to accommodate, if there is not a way for us to accommodate the public on a site walk, there was a way I'd love to be able to, but if there's not a good way to do that, then I would just, Mark or any others, I urge you, if you are able to do a walk with Giorgio or anyone else, and you've got feedback for us, please let us know and channel back through us. I think Elijah has all our email addresses, phone numbers. I'm certainly willing to chat, and I'd like to hear it too. So, and I recognize, I'm looking at the parcel map right now. You and potentially Eric, who just spoke, I think have some of the houses that are going to be closest in terms of development to what I'm looking at are the footprints of the proposed houses on the plan right now. And I know that part of the plan hasn't gone before any board yet, but I can very reasonably understand your concerns. And it extends everything from stormwater to how much tree buffer and screening is there between your properties as well. I understand those are all important things. I'll say personally, as a planning board member, those are probably the things I've heard about the most in the last few months from residents as a global issue across town, and it's something I'm very sensitive to. I imagine my other colleagues will be sensitive to it as well, and I imagine the Conservation Commission will be sensitive to it, given my understanding is they are hearing the same feedback. So
thank you. Yes, I will echo what Sean said. If anyone would like to get in touch with me, please feel free to reach out to Elijah, or our emails may even be on the town website, but always happy to connect with residents. And I think I can speak for the board in saying that we definitely want to hear everyone's feedback on this, be it directly or via email or whatever, but please, we appreciate you taking the time, all of you taking the time to be here. Understand that not everyone can be here, but please share your thoughts and your feedback in general. It's really important to our process. It may be in some ways the most important part of our process. So I appreciate everyone taking the time to do that. Were there
at 11:30?
Yes.
Just as a point, you know, public comment, if you want it to be on public record, has to be shared through, you know, the public channel, being the planning department, and making sure that you know, provide your name and address so that it can be on record.
Yeah, yes, thank you. Yeah, exactly. If folks want to be on record, and you can send it ahead of a meeting if you can't attend, but it should go to Elijah
with your name and
staff,
address,
with all the information he asked for. Thank you. That's a good clarification. All right. Were there any other folks that were interested in sharing thoughts and comments in public participation? I'll give it another second. I don't see any new information in the Q&A, and I'm not seeing any other hands raised. Then at this time, if there are no other comments from board members, staff, etc., I'd be, yes, Sean.
Sorry, I know we're itching to be done. I guess this would be directed more at staff, and Elijah, maybe this is a question for PSC. Just given we've had some members of the public mention it tonight, I don't know, would PSC ever be in a position to look at that question of whether this should be considered individually versus together with the 5 driveways that would sort of spout off the shared driveway? And I don't know the scope of their review or what exactly we can mandate here, but it's sort of an open question for me. And likewise, is this a redevelopment or a new development given what's going to be added onto this? Just I just asked because the question's been raised and I want to make sure we get this right.
Yes, so Madam Chair, through the chair, so I just one clarification for earlier. So this is a special permit for the shared driveway, and so the regulations that apply to it are section 10.3, the special permit section. Section 7.3 doesn't directly apply to this as an EIDR. The board can ask the applicant if the applicant is open to that. However, this is specifically for the shared driveway, and you know, the special permit regulations apply to this. And then as it relates to the considering the whole site versus just the shared driveway, you know, I'll make sure that you know, the peer review will be looking at, you know, all these comments in this meeting, but it is specifically for that shared driveway that we can really look and you know, we have to look at what's presented before us, and so that's kind of where the constraints are.
Okay, appreciate that clarification of scope. It's never 100% clear to me, so thank you.
Thank you. Good question. Amanda, yes?
Yeah, and if it's any reassurance, even though it's not subject to section 7.3, it is, they are required to submit a landscaping plan for that portion. So they wouldn't be required for the rest of the parcels as part of this approval specifically, but they would be required to submit landscaping for the limit of work.
Thank you. All right. Were there any other board, staff, any comments, questions?
Madam Chair, I'm sorry.
I was just going to ask a timing issue between the site visit and the peer review feedback. Elijah, we would have that because I think it would be useful to have that before we walk the site.
Yes, so
because I'd like to see that.
The peer review is supposed to be submitted by August 15th. There are a few weeks between then and the next planning board meeting. Understanding that, you know, Labor Day weekend or Labor Day week is September 2nd, but there is, you know, the week of August 19th, the week of August 26th. Those potentially could be some dates.
Yeah, no, if it's coming on the 15th, then that's fine. I just wanted to have that in hand before we go.
Thank you. Good question, Phil. Attorney Zaka, it sounded like you had something to add.
Yeah, I just want to put this back in perspective a little bit, and Elijah did a little bit for me with in terms of the idea. So if this was a straight Form A plan, as the board is aware, it's submitted, and within so many times you either endorse it or you don't endorse the plan. So we're here tonight as a public forum and a public hearing because of the fact that we submitted for a special permit specifically for the shared driveway. When I opened, I said, you know, here's what your special permit says specifically, but generically speaking, at the end of the day, what the board does is see if the adverse effects of what we're proposing outweigh its beneficial impacts. And, you know, we have submitted from the beginning that a shared driveway is clearly more beneficial than having 5 separate driveways. I only bring that up because there is an opportunity here for both the board, but also the abutters, all who have made, you know, very good comments, to have an opportunity to be heard, you know, in a public forum other than simply the Conservation Commission, because, you know, and again, I just want to put it in perspective, under a regular Form A, you know, there's no public hearing at all. But I also think that, and I think Mr. Petruzziello has always proven that, you know, he as willing to, you know, participate in some of the extension of what I think normally would be allowed. But at the same time, the fact that it's a special permit does not just say, you know, let's turn it into a subdivision. process. Where, and I haven't done a subdivision in Westwood in many water management for the individual lots. Typically, we do the road, and then you go back later and do the individual. So it's the same. And if this was a straight Form A, each one of the stormwater, you could do, house 1 today, house, 3 a year and a half from now. So I think there's been a lot of good comments made. We clearly have all been taking notes, and we'll try to address as many of those as possible. But again, I just don't want to lose sight of the reason that we're here, which is a special permit, which we believe benefits the site and the town and the abutters, which is to allow this shared driveway. But at the same time, I don't think we can be getting into, and I'm going to be, no one's asked this, but, we want to see what the house looks like. There are limits, to which the special permit process opens up. It opens us up clearly to more things than you would do for any other, for a regular Form A that, wasn't asking for a shared driveway. But I don't believe it opens up to, the type of, some of the minutia that we may be, I'm not saying anything I heard tonight got to that point, but it looked like it was sort of heading there. And I just, want to say we welcome the public comments. We'll address them as best we can. But, and as I say, Elijah, I was going to talk about the EID because this is clearly, was it 6.1 and 10.3, which I think sets forth the criteria that the board looks at. Thank you.
Thank you. And I do see one comment or question in the Q&A that I think is worthwhile. I'd like to include it, even though we moved on from public comment. It's from Yanni Cepas again, and I believe, I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name. I believe we have that address from a previous comment. Do we need it restated again, or are we good? We've got it. 152 Grove Street. Thank you. Could the peer review materials be shared with the abutters once it comes in? We typically, that's public, right? That would be posted to the town site? Okay.
It will be posted to the website. So, I would say within, 24 hours of receiving it, it'll be up on the website.
Great. Okay. And maybe, we can share links later about, or point people at where to find current planning board. Well, I'll just mention on the town website, under the planning division section, I believe there's a drop down for current planning board applications, and it would be posted under 101 High Street. So yes, I think that would be helpful for everyone if everyone gets a chance to review those materials ahead of our next meeting. Thank you. All right. Oh, you're welcome. Thank you. Okay. So with that, unless anyone else has anything they would like to address, I would entertain a motion to continue this public hearing. I guess we have to decide which of the September dates would be the hearing date to continue this to.
So I just wanted to let the board know, so we didn't have, Kate wasn't able to make it for a work engagement tonight. Sean isn't able to make it for a work engagement on the 10th. So for the applicant's sake, just letting you know that there won't be a full board potentially until September 24th. So I guess for the board and the applicant, it would be September 10th or September 24th, knowing the makeup of the board going forward.
If you're asking, I would, even though, as you know, you mentioned it, you can miss one meeting of a multi-hearing. You can miss one hearing date of a continued public hearing, review the tape. So I think our preference would be to do the 10th, knowing that this may then get kicked over to the 24th after that. So with the board's indulgence.
Is there any thoughts from board members on that, or?
I think that's fine. I mean,
I'm comfortable with that. I, of course, love to be involved in sort of the final discussion, but we'll diligently look at whatever tapes are passed my way from the 10th.
Okay, right. So that wouldn't exclude Sean from participating.
No, I think I could watch the 10th and get the I just have to sign the affidavit in advance with Elijah.
Right.
Yeah, just purely from my perspective, keeping in mind that a special permit requires 4 out of 5 votes, I think it would be best to have a full board complement for the actual vote. For many reasons. I personally would prefer to have all 5 of us here when we vote, but if you would like to continue this meeting to the 10th, even though there'd only be 4 board members present, I think we could continue our conversations, as you say, understanding that it's likely that it would then be continued again, and perhaps for the final discussions then. That works for me if that's amenable to everybody. All right. I would entertain a motion for continuance.
I, Sean Weller, move that the planning board continue the public hearing for the shared driveway special permit for 101 High Street as described in the application therefore submitted to the planning board and filed in the office of the town clerk on July 3rd, 2024 to Tuesday, September 10th, 2024 at 7 p.m. via Zoom, where a Zoom link and associated call-in numbers will be provided on the town's calendar on the homepage at www.townhall.westwood.ma.us.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll take roll call. Josh?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Phil?
Aye.
And I vote aye as well. The hearing is continued to September 10th. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Everyone present, applicant, team, staff, board members, and members of the public for that very robust and helpful discussion.
Thank you all
Shall
for the
we-
time. Appreciate it.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank
Have a
you.
good night.
Yep, thank you.
I think,
Do we continue the A&R as well?
yeah, it's a separate item, but if y'all want to hang out for one more second, just for consistency, our next agenda item is agenda item number 5, consideration of proposed approval not required A&R plan for 101 High Street continued from 7/16/24. And my understanding is we are just going to go for an immediate continuation to our September 10th meeting as well.
Yes, we received the continuance waiver of time from the applicant today.
Fabulous. All right, then I would entertain a motion to continue this.
I, Sean Weller, move that the planning board accept the applicant's waiver of time pursuant to MGL Section 81P of Chapter 41 and continue the approval not required application for 101 High Street dated May 30th, 2024 to Tuesday, September 10th, 2024.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll take roll call. Sean?
Aye.
Phil?
Aye.
Josh?
Aye.
I vote aye as well. That is also continued to the 10th of September. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Have a good
Thank
night.
you, everyone.
Thank you. All right. So agenda item number 6 was comprehensive plan updates. We've already addressed that. So we are on to agenda item number 7, general miscellaneous updates and administrative items. Elijah, what would you like to share with us?
Let's see. So there was a long range financial planning meeting earlier today. I was there a little later, so I know yourself and Nora were also on that meeting. The comprehensive plan updates are continuing as you see through the summer. That's another thing to be on the lookout for. The CRS plan, the climate action plan, the public comment period recently closed. I got several public comments, and we'll be wrapping those up into a finalization of the drafts to hopefully present to the board at one of these September meetings. And I think that is all. And there was a off-leash dog park working committee meeting that was held on July 25th. And I am not too sure on when the next meeting is, but that same day there was also the pedestrian and bicycle advisory committee. They actually presented a a vote that they took up recently. I got it this afternoon, and I will be sending it to the board so that we could kind of have for discussion at the next planning board meeting.
Great, thank you. A quick question about the climate action resiliency plan comment period. I had gotten a couple of inquiries from folks as to whether or not the comment period could be extended. I guess some folks didn't realize it was closing at the end of July. I don't know if you have any bandwidth for that, but it was brought up as a question.
I mean, I would kind of have to go back and figure it out before I made any commitment at this moment.
That's fine. I wanted to throw it out there since it had been asked of me and I did not have an answer. So thank you. All right. So our next agenda item is updates from agency and committee representatives. Has anyone attended any meetings or any agency events? I did, I'll talk since I'm not seeing anyone jumping to share anything. I did attend the long range financial planning meeting. It was the first one since January. I am new to that board. So it sounds like I've not missed a lot in the interim. They are meeting as needed, which I think makes sense. Waiting on the results of the capital needs assessment study that is coming in. I think that'll guide future conversations. And the one thing we did discuss this morning that is of interest is looking into and researching potential for a, what is it called, a real estate transfer tax, so that the idea that when someone sells a home, potentially some percentage, potentially for houses over a certain bracket, we don't, there wasn't a lot of detail on specifics, but I guess some communities are starting to do this, where a percentage of the sale price would be a tax to the town. Yes, Amanda.
I can just add a little bit. I can't speak to that conversation specifically, but the affordable housing bill that's in the state right now, the House did pass it on their end without the transfer tax. So if the town pursues it, it would have to be something we opt into rather than something that would be like mandated or facilitated by a state law.
Yeah, that came up in the conversations that some folks had done a little bit of benchmarking against communities that are actually doing this. There's a handful that have implemented some sort of real estate transfer tax. And it was noted that the bulk of communities that are doing this, at least a decent portion, is going towards affordable housing. There was talk more, I think the idea for Westwood, it seemed like that might be part of the plan, but the focus was more on how do we not have to ask for overrides to fund some of our larger capital needs. But I personally would be interested in kind of like, parallel streams there, if we were to pursue it at all. So we're in the information gathering stage of that. There's a bunch of research to be done. And when another meeting is scheduled, I'll let people know if they want to attend, but there's nothing on the calendar so far. There should be a Canton Street working group meeting coming up. I believe they wanted to do something within the first couple of weeks of August. I don't have a date yet. At least as of a little earlier, I hadn't gotten a note about what date they had selected, but there will be one coming up. So those conversations are ongoing. And I think yes, I haven't attended any other meetings. So those are all the updates I have, unless anyone else wanted to share anything. Okay, then I've talked enough. The next agenda item is number 9, minutes from the 7/16/2024 meeting. Did everybody get a chance to look at the minutes? And did anyone have any comments or suggestions they would like to share?
No comment. I had reviewed them.
Yeah, I had nothing to add.
They look good to me.
If nobody has any edits or comments, then I would entertain a motion to accept the minutes from July 16th, 2024 as written.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll take roll call. Josh,
Aye.
Sean,
Aye.
Bill,
Aye.
and I vote aye as well. The motion carries with thanks to Jess. All right, and our final agenda item are our upcoming board meetings. We have a meeting scheduled for September 10th, 2024, September 24th, 2024, and October 15th, 2024. Was there anything else we needed to address or discuss as far as future meetings? No, then we might wrap right before midnight. Then with nothing else on our agenda, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
I'll second. Oh, well,
Oh,
my kids would say jinx.
That's a popular one. All right,
Yeah.
I have a motion. I have several motions in several seconds. Any further
Kate
discussion?
would be proud. Yeah.
Yeah, right. And no Kate today. That's her favorite motion of the evening. Any further discussion on adjournment? Seeing none, I will take roll call. Josh,
Aye.
Phil,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
I vote aye as well. Thank you, everyone, for all of your work this evening.
Have a good
Thanks,
night, everybody.
Jess,
Have a
Amanda,
good night.
Liza, Nora.